too soft for a place like this.
Too sweet, too kind, too good.
I want her anyway. I'm the monster this town hides from. Drunk, dangerous, dripping in blood that ain't always mine. I told her to stay away. She showed up with prayers and promises, whispering about love like it's something I deserve. Now I can't stop watching her. Can't stop needing her. When the raiders come, I'll tear them apart with my bare hands just to keep her safe. And when she looks at me like I'm worth saving, I'll drag her to bed and show her just how wrong she is. I'm not her redemption. I'm her obsession.
Stay tuned for orc obsession, human girl corruption, violent claiming, and a monster who can't stop touching the one thing he should have left alone. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Chapter 1. Kilkirk. I wake up with a mouthful of dirt and the sun trying to murder me through my eyelids. This isn't unusual. What's unusual is that I can taste blood mixed in with the red dust, which means I either bit my tongue or someone helped me find this ditch last night. Given the state of my knuckles, scraped raw and crusted with something that could be someone else's blood, I'm guessing it was a little of both. The ditch runs along the eastern edge of Dust's End, where the town gives up pretending to be civilized. It's my second home these days, sometimes my first, depending on how the night goes. I roll onto my back and immediately regret it. The sky is the color of fresh bruises, and my head feels like someone's using my skull for an anvil. There's an empty bottle beside me in the dirt. Cheap ale, the kind that burns going down and punishes you twice as hard coming back up. I sit up slowly and take inventory of the damage. Piss stains on my pants, vomit on my shirt, flies buzzing around me like I'm already a corpse. Perfect. I'm the cautionary tale drunk orcs tell their cubs. The trudge back to town is a familiar shame parade. Mrs. Henley, who runs the boarding house, is sweeping her porch when I stumble past. She's got the hollow eyes of someone who's found her own share of ditches. "Rough night, honey," she calls out. "Been there myself. Hell, was there Tuesday?" A scarred woman loading a wagon gives me a nod. Her hands move careful and quick, like someone who's learned to work while watching the shadows. Diego Cortez tips an imaginary hat from his perch on a fence post, fingers counting coins that aren't there. That's the thing about Dust's End. Nobody judges you for falling down. They just know they'll be right beside you soon enough. The red scorpion squats in the middle of town like a diseased toad, all warped wood and broken promises. The barkeep, Grit, looks up when I fall through the door. "Christ's sake, Kilkirk! You smell like death warmed over." "Just the one ale," I manage, sliding onto my usual stool. "You said that yesterday." But he pours anyway because my coin is as good as anyone's. The ale tastes like piss and broken dreams, but it stops my hands from shaking. The first sip burns. The second goes down easier. By the third, I'm remembering why I started drinking in the first place. The shipwreck comes back in pieces, like it always does. Storm black water. The sound of wood splintering. My brother's voices calling out in the dark before the waves swallowed them whole. I floated on a piece of the hull for 2 days, until the tide washed me up on some nameless coast. I looked for them. The truth is, I gave up because it was easier than hoping. "Kilkirk." Grit's voice cuts through the memory haze. "You got customers behind you." I turn and see 3 men I don't recognize. Dark market types, by their clothes, leather and steel, and the kind of scars you get from knife work. "That's the big orc," says the one in front, a human with gold teeth and dead eyes. "Heard you used to be someone green-skin?" The old me would have stood up and shown them exactly what kind of someone he used to be. The new me just turns back to his ale and shrugs. "You heard wrong." Gold Teeth steps closer. "Look at me when I'm talking to you, dumb orc." There it is. The name that cuts deepest because it's not entirely wrong. He's not worth the trouble. The voice comes from behind them. Sheriff Bones fills the doorway. Bigger, meaner, and significantly less drunk than me. He's got the kind of reputation that makes smart men reconsider their life choices. "Sheriff," says Gold Teeth, "we were just having a conversation. Conversation's over. Take it somewhere else. They want to argue, but Bones has a way of making people remember pressing appointments elsewhere. They file out, muttering threats they'll never follow through on. Bones settles beside me. You're welcome. Didn't ask for help. No, but you needed it. Those boys were looking to make their reputation on your bones. He signals Grit for a drink. Question is, why didn't you fight back? Time was, you would have turned them into paste. Time was a lot of things. I drain my ale and signal for another. Now I'm just a drunk who knows better than to pick fights he can't win. Can't win or won't try. I don't answer because we both know the truth. I've given up on trying. Bones drinks in silence, then stands. Word of advice. Whatever hole you're digging for yourself, maybe think about stopping before you hit the other side of the world. The afternoon crawls by like a dying animal. More drinks. More memories I don't want. By evening, the Red Scorpion fills up with thieves, dirty women, murderers, and people who just want to forget what they've done. The smoke gets thick. Someone palms a card that was meant to stay hidden, and voices rise in the way that means blood is about to spill. Time to relocate. Sweetie Haven sits at the other end of Dust's End like a jewel in a dunghill. Ruby LaRue is working the bar when I lurch through the door, knows how to smile at broken men without making them feel like charity cases. Evening, Kilkirk. The usual? Please. The ale here costs more, but it goes down smooth. I'm 3 drinks in when the old swagger surfaces, the way it sometimes does when I'm drunk enough to remember who I used to be. There was a time, Ruby, I say, grinning at her, when I would have screwed not only you, but this whole fine establishment. She raises an eyebrow, amused. Is that so? I turn toward the bar where Helga is counting coins. 6.5 feet of minotaur muscle wrapped in red silk and bad intentions. Even you, big girl, I call out, my grin widening. I'd have had you screaming. Helga looks up and snorts with laughter. In your dreams, drunk orc, you couldn't handle half of what I'd give you. For a moment, I feel like myself again, like the warrior who used to make enemies piss themselves and lovers beg for more. Then the moment passes, and I'm just a broken-down drunk making empty boasts in a brothel. The grin fades. I turn back to my ale and try to wash away the taste of what I used to be. The alcohol hits harder than usual. My vision blurs. Words slur together like broken glass. The room tilts sideways, and I slump forward onto the table. I hear footsteps, then feel myself being lifted like I weigh nothing at all. Helga's got me over her shoulder, carrying me like a child who fell asleep at the adult table. I'll see him to bed, Ruby, she says, her voice fading in and out like a distant echo. You get some rest. You'll need it. 10 Trigger Thed is booked in for tomorrow. Not him again. Last time it was 20 and a 5 of those was up my back passage. Ruby sighs. It's the life you choose, Ruby, my sweet. You can always leave. No one is guarding the door. Helga replies. Suppose. Could be worse, Ruby says as sink my head into Helga's lower back and close my mind to the world as she carries me up the stairs.
Chapter 2. Delia. The rain never stops in Rach. I've known this for 3 days now, since our wagon wheel snapped and we had to abandon everything except what we could carry. The cold cuts through our robes like knives, and the volcanic ash mixed in the water leaves everything tasting of sulphur and despair. But Verin led us here for a purpose. He always does. Brother Nathaniel stumbles beside me, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The cough that started yesterday is getting worse. Behind us, Copper Eye shivers despite the cloak I wrapped around her small shoulders. Sister Mary walks with her head down, dark elf stoicism fighting against the misery of her homeland's climate. We're pilgrims in a land that doesn't want pilgrims, or anyone else for that matter. The mud sucks at my boots with every step. My medical satchel feels heavier with each mile, water seeping through the leather despite my efforts to keep it dry. The herbs inside are probably ruined, but I can't bring myself to check. Some disappointments are better saved for when you have shelter. Sister Delia. Brother Nathaniel's voice is barely audible over the wind. Perhaps we should consider turning back. Surely Verin doesn't mean for us to die in this wasteland. I stop walking and turn to face him. Rain streams down his pale human features, and I can see the doubt creeping into his eyes. The same doubt that's been eating at all of them since we lost the wagon. Verin has never abandoned us, I say, though the words come out sharper than I intend. He brought us this far. He'll see us through. Verin, give me strength. Give me the words to help them believe. Faith is not the absence of doubt, child. It's choosing to trust despite the darkness. His voice is warm in my mind, a comfort against the bone-deep cold. I've heard it since I was 8 years old, when he saved me from death and showed me my purpose. Some people question whether gods speak directly to mortals. Those people have never needed saving the way I did. We rest when we find shelter, I tell the others, not before. An hour later we find it. The sacred grove sits in a hollow between two hills, ancient standing stones arranged in a circle around a central altar. The stones are old, older than the dark elf cities, older than recorded memory. They've been carved with symbols I don't recognise, weathered by centuries of Rach's merciless climate. Fresh blood stains the altar stone. Animal bones lie scattered around the base, some still carrying strips of meat. Someone made an offering here recently. To which god I don't know, but the power in this place is real. I can feel it humming in my bones. Brother Nathaniel notices the sacrifice and stops dead. Sister Delia, this is a pagan site. We can't. We can, and we will. I move toward the largest stone, seeking the shelter of its bulk. Verin's love is stronger than any heathen ritual. Is it wrong to shelter where other gods are worshipped? All places can serve love, child. Take what shelter you can find. I drop my pack at the base of the stone and beckon the others forward. Sister Mary approaches cautiously, her dark elf heritage making her more sensitive to the lingering magic. Copper Eye huddles close to me, seeking warmth more than spiritual comfort. The stones break the worst of the wind, and for the very first time in hours, I can speak without shouting. We'll rest here until dawn, I announce. Brother Nathaniel, see if you can get a fire started with what dry wood you can find. Sister Mary, help me set up what shelter we can manage. Nathaniel wants to argue, I can see it in his face, but the alternative is continuing through the night in this weather. Even his doubt isn't stronger than basic survival instinct. The fire is pathetic when we finally get it lit. More smoke than flame, fed by twigs and scraps of cloth from our packs. But it's something. We huddle around it like refugees, which I suppose we are. Copper Eye's cough starts around midnight. She tries to muffle it in her sleeve, but the sound echoes off the standing stones. Her lips are blue with cold, and when I press my hand to her forehead, she's burning with fever. Verin, I whisper into the darkness. She's just a child. Don't let her suffer for my choices. She suffers so she can understand the suffering of others. Your compassion grows from your own pain. I don't like that answer, but I trust it. I've learned that Verin's wisdom sometimes cuts before it heals. The night stretches like a wound that won't close. The rain never stops, never even slows. It drums against the stones with mechanical persistence, mixing with the volcanic ash to create a slurry that seeps into everything. My robes are soaked through. My boots squelch with every movement. Even my prayers feel damp. But we survive. Dawn doesn't bring sunshine. I don't think the sun exists in Rach. Instead, the black sky lightens to charcoal grey, and the rain shifts from torrential to merely miserable. Brother Nathaniel's cough has spread to Sister Mary, and Copper Eye can barely stand without swaying. We need to move, I tell them. Staying here won't help anyone get better. The hill beyond the grove is steep and slick with mud. We climb it like penitents, each step an act of faith. My legs burn. My lungs ache from the ash-filled air. Twice Copper Eye slips and I have to catch her before she tumbles back down the slope. But we reach the top. Below us, nestled in a valley like a secret, sits a small town. Smoke rises from perhaps 30 buildings, grey tendrils disappearing into the grey sky. I can make out a main street, side alleys, the shape of human habitation carved out of this unforgiving landscape. It's not much to look at. The buildings are weathered wood and stone, huddled together against the elements. No grand architecture, no signs of wealth or beauty. Just people trying to survive in a place that doesn't want them. It's perfect. There, I breathe, pointing toward the settlement. Verin has brought us exactly where we need to be. Brother Nathaniel squints through the rain. It looks rough. Of course it does. The people who end up in places like this aren't looking for comfort. They're looking for somewhere to hide from what they've done. I shoulder my pack and start down the hillside. That's why we're here, to show them they don't have to hide forever. Thank you, Verin. Even in this harsh land, you've led us to souls who need saving. This is where you'll prove love can flourish anywhere, child. These people have forgotten they deserve compassion. Remind them. The town grows larger as we approach. I can make out details now. A tavern with a crooked sign, a boarding house with broken shutters, people moving through the muddy streets with the careful deliberation of those who've learned to expect the worst. They'll try to drive us away. They always do at first. They'll mock our faith, proposition our women, threaten our men. They'll tell us we're wasting our time, that some souls are too broken for salvation. They're wrong. They're always wrong. By the time we reach the outskirts, I've counted maybe a dozen people on the streets. Most duck inside when they see us coming. Strangers are rarely good news in places like this. But a few watch from doorways and windows, curiosity warring with suspicion. A weathered sign by the road reads, "Dust's End," in faded letters. Below it, someone has carved "Where Hope Dies" with a knife point. I smile and touch the sign like a blessing. Not anymore, I whisper. The rain keeps falling, and we keep walking. Toward the broken people who need us. Toward the work Verin has planned. Toward whatever waits in this muddy, miserable, perfect little town at the end of the world. We're here, Verin. Show us what you need us to do. Love them, child. Love them until they remember how to love themselves. Always the same answer. Always the right one. I pull my hood up against the rain and follow my God's voice toward the sin-riddled town.
Chapter 3. Kilkirk. I wake up to the sound of drums and trumpets and someone singing loud enough to wake the dead, which, in Dust's End, is saying something. Most of us are halfway there already. There's something warm pressed against my side, and I know without looking that sunshine has snuck into my bed again. The little Perna is curled up like a cat, her pale hair spread across my chest, one small hand fisted in my shirt. She's fully dressed, because Sunshine doesn't climb into bed with men for the usual reasons. She just likes having something big and warm to curl up against. God damn it, Sunshine, I mutter, my voice rough with sleep and too much ale. I told you to stop doing this. She opens one green eye and grins at me. You were having bad dreams again, Daddy Bear. I made them go away. She probably did. Sunshine has a way of chasing off the worst of the nightmares, though I've never asked her how. Porna magic is complicated, and I'm too hungover to think about it. That doesn't mean you can just... The singing gets louder, and now I can make out words. Something about love and redemption and other fairy tales people tell themselves when the world gets too dark. I roll out of bed, dislodging Sunshine, and stumble to the window. Damn. Below on the muddy main street, a procession is making its way through town. 5 or 6 people in travel-stained robes carrying drums and some kind of horn, singing at the top of their lungs like they think volume makes up for talent. They're soaked to the bone from the ever-present rain, but they keep marching and singing like they're on parade for the gods themselves. Missionaries. Has to be. No one else would be stupid enough to announce themselves like this in a place like Dust's End. I can see hungover townspeople stumbling out of doorways, drawn by the noise. Mrs. Henley looks like she wants to throw something. Lucky Frank is covering his ears and cursing a blue streak. Even Sheriff Bones is watching from his office door, hand resting on his club like he's considering whether this counts as disturbing the peace. The missionaries don't seem to notice the hostile reception, or maybe they just don't care. They keep marching and singing, led by a human woman at the front of the group who's got lungs like a bellows and no shame whatsoever. Despite myself, I'm grinning. The sheer audacity of it is almost impressive. You'd have to have balls the size of melons to march through Dust's End singing hymns to whatever god you think gives a damn about this place. The woman leading them has dark hair plastered to her head by the rain, but she holds herself like a queen. Can't be more than 30, but she moves with the kind of confidence that comes from absolute certainty. The dangerous kind. The kind that gets people killed. She's singing something about light conquering darkness, and every word rings clear despite the wind and rain. Her voice carries over the drums, over the muttered curses from doorways, over the general misery that hangs around Dust's End like fog. Missionaries? Sunshine has appeared at my shoulder, small and warm and curious. Looks like it. I watch the woman gesture to her followers, keeping them in line, keeping them moving. Poor bastards don't know what they're walking into. She's pretty. I glance down at Sunshine, who's studying the woman with the kind of intensity Perna reserve for interesting magic. She's trouble. Same thing sometimes. The procession stops in front of Silas Cobb's boarding house, and I watch the woman approach the door. Even from here, I can see Cobb's predatory grin when he opens it. He's probably already calculating how much he can overcharge these naive fools. My head is pounding in time with their drums, and the taste in my mouth suggests something crawled in there and died. Time for medicine. I need a drink, I announce, reaching for my boots. It's barely past dawn, Daddy Bear. Your point? Sunshine sighs and flops back onto the bed. Will you come back tonight? I always come back. We both know it. Sweetie Haven is the closest thing I have to a home, and Sunshine is the closest thing I have to family. Not that I'd admit either out loud. Maybe, I say, pulling on my shirt. Depends how much trouble those missionaries cause. They won't cause trouble. She won't let them. Sunshine sounds certain, like she knows something I don't. But then, Purna always know things they shouldn't. I head for the door, pausing when Sunshine calls after me. Come back soon, Daddy Bear. I grunt something that might be agreement and escape before she can say anything else that sounds too much like caring. The Red Scorpion is mercifully quiet when I stumble through the door. Grit is wiping down glasses with a rag that's probably dirtier than what he's cleaning, but he nods when I take my usual stool. Hair of the dog? He asks, already reaching for the bottle. Just the one, I lie. The ale burns going down, but it stops my hands from shaking and makes the pounding in my head bearable. Through the tavern's grimy window, I can see the missionaries still clustered around Cobb's front door. The negotiation is taking a while, which means Cobb is enjoying himself. The woman is doing the talking, her hands moving as she speaks. Even soaked and travel-stained, there's something about her that draws the eye. Maybe it's the way she stands, like she's never doubted herself for a second in her life. Or maybe it's the smile she keeps flashing, genuine and warm despite Cobb's obvious attempts to fleece her. Fresh meat, Lucky Frank mutters from his corner table. He's nursing what looks like his breakfast beer and glaring at the window. Won't last a week in this trash. Might not last a day, Diego adds from the bar. Depends who notices them first. They're probably right. Dust's End eats idealists for breakfast and picks its teeth with their bones. These missionaries with their songs and their certainty are exactly the kind of people this place destroys for sport. The woman finally reaches some kind of agreement with Cobb. I can see money changing hands, probably more than the rooms are worth, but she pays without arguing. Her followers look relieved to get out of the rain, filing into the boarding house like bedraggled sheep. The woman is the last to go inside. Just before she disappears through the door, she turns and looks directly at the red scorpion. Directly at me. Our eyes meet through the streaked glass, and for a brief moment I forget how to breathe. She doesn't look away, doesn't show the disgust or pity I'm used to seeing in people's faces. Instead, she tilts her head slightly, like she's seeing something in me that I've forgotten exists. The look hits me harder than Grit's rot-gut ale. When's the last time someone looked at me like I was worth looking at? Like I was more than just another drunk taking up space? I turn away first, signaling Grit for another ale. Missionaries are just vultures with better marketing, I tell myself. They come to places like Dust's End to pick over the bones of broken people, to feel good about themselves by handing out hope they can't deliver. But I keep glancing back toward the boarding house, and I hate myself for it. The woman with the dangerous eyes thinks she sees something worth saving in a drunk orc who gave up on himself months ago. She's wrong, of course. Has to be. But the look she gave me keeps playing in my head, and I wonder what she saw when she looked at me. The ale doesn't wash away the question. It never does. I order another anyway.
Chapter 4. Delia. The boarding house rooms smell like despair and old sweat, but they're dry, and after 3 days in the rain, that feels like luxury. I set my medical satchel on the narrow bed and try not to think about what Silas Cobb charged us for these accommodations. The man saw missionaries coming and calculated exactly how much hope costs. Still, Verin provides what we need, even if it comes wrapped in greed. Brother Nathaniel slumps against the doorframe, water still dripping from his robes. Sister Delia, perhaps we should reconsider. The reception here was unwelcoming. They threw rocks at us, Sister Mary adds quietly. Her dark elf heritage should make her more welcome here, but the people of Dust's End don't seem to discriminate in their hostility. Copper Eye hasn't spoken since we arrived. She sits on her bed, staring at her hands like she's seeing something the rest of us can't. The fever broke this morning, but something else is troubling her now, something I'll need to address once we're settled. They're testing us, I tell my companions, though I know the words sound hollow after what we've endured. Fear makes people cruel. Our job is to show them they don't need to be afraid anymore. Verin, they're testing our resolve. Give me the strength to lead them through this. Let them see your love through your actions, child. Words are wind in a place like this. His voice is warm and certain in my mind, cutting through the doubt that threatens to creep in. Verin brought us here for a specific reason. I won't let discomfort or hostility turn me from his path. Rest, I tell the others. Tomorrow we begin our real work. Brother Nathaniel looks like he wants to argue, but exhaustion wins. They file out to their own rooms, leaving me alone with my doubts and my faith. In the end, faith wins. It always does. I need to see more of this place, need to understand what we're facing. The streets of Dust's End are a study in controlled misery. People move with the careful precision of those who've learned that sudden movements draw unwanted attention. Children play in the mud with makeshift toys, watched by mothers whose eyes never stop scanning for threats. This is what broken looks like when it learns to survive. I'm walking past what looks like a gambling den when the shouting starts. 2 men burst through the door, grappling with each other, voices raised in the kind of anger that means blood is coming. "You cheating bastard!" The smaller man has a knife, waving it wildly as his opponent circles him. "I saw you palm that card." "Prove it," the larger man snarls. He's got the build of someone who's used to winning fights with fists, but knives change the mathematics of violence. I should leave, should walk away and let them settle their dispute however men like this settle disputes. Instead, I find myself moving closer, drawn by some instinct I don't understand. The knife flashes in the grey light. The larger man staggers, pressing his hand to his side where red blooms through his shirt. He tries to say something, but blood bubbles from his mouth instead of words. He falls face first into the mud. Doesn't move again. The smaller man wipes his blade clean on the dead man's coat, then walks away like he's just finished any other piece of business. A few people emerged from doorways to watch, but now they're drifting away, conversations resuming, life flowing around the corpse like water around a stone. No one helps. No one even seems surprised. I stand there staring at the body, at the way the rain is already washing the blood away, and feel something cold settle in my chest. This is what happens when people give up on each other. When community becomes just a word, and every person stands alone against the darkness. Verin, how do I reach people who've forgotten how to care? By caring when they cannot. By being the love they've forgotten exists. I force myself to move, to continue exploring this place that needs our help so desperately. 2 blocks away, I hear different sounds, grunting, rhythmic impact, a woman's voice raised in what could be pain or pleasure or both. I shouldn't look. I know I shouldn't. But I turn the corner anyway. The alley is narrow, shadowed by overhanging buildings. A woman is pressed against the wall, skirts hiked up, while a man thrusts into her with mechanical efficiency. Her face is turned toward me, and I see eyes that have learned to look at something beyond the present moment, beyond the wet stone, beyond the man who treats her like a convenience, beyond whatever chain of choices led her to this alley. She sees me watching. Our eyes meet for a moment, and I see not shame, but something worse. Indifference. Like this is just another way to survive another day in a place that doesn't care about survival. The man finishes with a grunt, drops coins at her feet, and walks away without looking back. The woman adjusts her clothes with practiced efficiency, pockets the money, and notices me still standing there. You need something, missionary. Her voice is rough, used up, because if you're looking to save me, I've got rent to pay and salvation don't spend like silver. I want to say something, want to offer her hope or help, or at least acknowledgement that she deserves better than this. But the words stick in my throat, and by the time I find them, she's already walking away. I stand in that alley for a long time, rain soaking through my robes, trying to process what I've seen. The casual violence, the desperate commerce, the way both happen in broad daylight because no one expects better anymore. This is what Dusk's End is. This is what we've come to change. I need to find somewhere quiet to think, somewhere to pray without the weight of all this suffering pressing down on me. The sacred grove sits just beyond the town's edge, hidden by a stand of twisted trees that look like they're trying to escape the place. The standing stones rise from the muddy ground like ancient teeth, carved with symbols that predate any religion I know. The altar stone in the centre is stained dark, not just from today's rain, but from years of offerings to gods whose names are forgotten. This is where the old powers were worshipped, where desperate people came seeking answers from deities who demanded blood in exchange for blessings. It's perfect. I walk among the stones, feeling the weight of accumulated prayers and desperate hopes. This place has seen centuries of worship, of people begging the divine for intervention in their suffering. The stones remember every plea, every sacrifice, every moment when faith was the only thing standing between hope and despair. Verin can work here. His love is stronger than whatever pagan gods claimed this place. Love always wins, given time and faith and someone willing to plant it in barren ground. Walking back through town, I see everything differently now. The violence isn't random, it's the result of people who've never learned there's another way. The woman in the alley isn't degraded. She's surviving in the only way she knows how. The indifference isn't cruelty, it's protection against caring too much in a place that punishes caring. They all need saving, every single one of them. I pass the Red Scorpion again, and through the streaked glass I see the orc from this morning. He's hunched over his drink like it's the only friend he has left, and maybe it is. But there's something in the way he holds himself, careful, controlled, like a man who's forgotten his own strength, rather than one who never had any. After what I've seen today, that makes all the difference. Back at the boarding house, I kneel beside my bed and let the day's revelations settle into prayer. Verin, these people are drowning in darkness. They're all dying inside, their souls withering away while they pretend they don't need saving. This is why you're here, child. To show them love exists even in the deepest darkness. But how? They've built walls around their hearts. They've forgotten how to hope. You tear down walls the same way they were built, one stone at a time. Be patient, be persistent, be love when they've forgotten what love looks like. I close my eyes and feel his certainty wash over me, burning away the doubt that today's horrors tried to plant. We didn't come here by accident. We didn't stumble into Dust's End through poor navigation or bad luck. We came here because this is exactly where the word of Verin is needed most.
Chapter 5. Kilkirk. The hayloft above the stables is my usual bed when I can't make it back to Sweetie Haven, and I've gotten used to mornings that feel like someone's driving nails through my skull. Today, my head is clear. My mouth doesn't taste like I've been chewing on a dead rat. My hands aren't shaking. This is a problem. Being sober means feeling things, and I've spent the last 6 months making sure I don't feel anything at all. But last night, for reasons I can't explain, I stopped drinking before the world went fuzzy. Stopped before the memories got quiet. Stopped before I could forget the missionary woman's face looking at me through the tavern window. I roll out of the hay and brush the straw from my clothes. My back aches, but it's the normal ache of sleeping rough, not the deep bone pain that comes from drinking poison and calling it medicine. Even my scars don't throb the way they usually do. Sobriety is dangerous. It makes you think you might be worth something. The walk to the Red Scorpion feels different without a hangover, coloring everything gray. The town looks sharper, more real. I notice things I've been missing. The way Mrs. Henley tends her small garden despite the constant rain. How Diego's fingers never stop moving even when he's not picking pockets. The careful distance everyone maintains from everyone else. We're all broken here, but we're broken in different ways. Some of us shattered clean, some cracked slowly over time. But we all ended up in the same place, and we all pretend we're fine with it. Grit looks surprised when I walk into the Red Scorpion without swaying. "You feeling all right, Kilkirk? You look awake." "Just the one ale," I say, taking my usual stool. The words feel so strange in my mouth, like I might actually mean them. The morning crowd is smaller than usual, just the regulars nursing their own damage. Lucky Frank sits in his corner, staring at a cup of coffee like it holds answers to questions he's afraid to ask. A few card players work through a listless hand of whatever game they're pretending matters. "Those missionaries still here?" someone asks. "Unfortunately." This from a scarred woman I don't recognize, probably passing through from the dark market. "Saw them this morning, bright and early, trying to hand out food to anyone who'd take it." Lucky Frank snorts. "Give it a week. They'll run when they see what we really are." "Week's generous," the woman says. "Most people with sense take one look at Dust's End and keep riding." The conversation grates on me in ways I don't understand. Maybe it's the sobriety, or maybe it's something else. But their casual dismissal of the missionaries bothers me more than it should. These people have given up on themselves so completely, they can't imagine anyone else refusing to do the same. Through the tavern's grimy window, I watch the human woman. Delia, I heard someone call her, making her rounds. She stops at Mrs. Henley's boarding house, pulls something from her bag. Bandages, maybe, or herbs. Mrs. Henley shakes her head at first, but the woman keeps talking, keeps smiling, until finally the old woman relents and lets her inside. 20 minutes later, she emerges and continues down the street. Next stop is the cooper's shop, where old Hanson has been nursing a cough that sounds like death rattling around in his chest. Same routine: offer help, meet resistance, persist with stubborn kindness until the barrier cracks. She's got the patience of someone who's never learned that some things can't be fixed. "Look at her," Lucky Frank says, following my gaze. Thinks she can save us all with a smile and a kind word. Probably believes in fairy tales, too. I want to tell him to shut up. Want to point out that at least she's trying to do something besides drink herself stupid and wait for death. Instead, I drain my ale and signal Grit for another. The afternoon crawls by like a wounded animal. More drinks, but not enough. More conversation about the futility of hope and the stupidity of people who believe in better things. Every word feels like sand in a wound I didn't know I had. Around mid-afternoon, raised voices outside draw my attention. Through the window, I see Brother Nathaniel, one of the missionaries, pale and thin and obviously out of his depth, backed against a wall by 3 men I recognize as trouble. Dark market types, the kind who think violence is the solution to every problem, including boredom. "Toll," one of them is saying, "for using our streets, breathing our air. Call it a missionary tax." Brother Nathaniel tries to explain that they're here to help, but the men aren't interested in explanations. One of them produces a knife, not threatening yet, but making a point about how quickly the situation could turn ugly. I'm halfway off my stool before I catch myself. What the hell was that? Some protective instinct I thought I'd drowned months ago, surfacing like a cork in water. I sit back down hard, but my heart is pounding like I just ran a mile. Sheriff Bones appears before things get completely out of hand, and the troublemakers scatter like roaches when someone lights a lamp. Brother Nathaniel stumbles away, shaken but intact. Crisis averted. None of my business anyway. So why are my hands shaking? By evening, I need the familiar comfort of Sweetie Haven. The place feels like sanctuary after a day of unwanted clarity, all red silk and warm laughter, and the kind of honest transactions that don't pretend to be anything more than they are. Ruby's working the bar, and she pours my usual without being asked. But after the first few sips, I find myself just holding the cup, watching the foam settle instead of drinking. "You're nursing that ale like it owes you money," Ruby observes, wiping down glasses with practiced efficiency. "Maybe it does." She gives me the look she reserves for customers who are being particularly difficult. "You've been acting strange all day, according to Grit. Drinking less, watching more. People are starting to talk." "People always talk." "Not about you, they don't. Usually you're invisible. Now you're present. It's unsettling." Before I can figure out how to respond to that, Helga emerges from the back room with her account books. She settles her considerable bulk behind the bar and fixes me with those knowing brown eyes. "Heard there was some trouble with those missionaries today," she says without preamble. "Nothing I was involved in." "No, but you wanted to be." She flips through her ledger, not looking at me. "That woman, the one leading them, she's got steel in her spine. Reminds me of someone I used to know." She looks directly at me when she says it. I don't respond, but I don't look away either. Helga has a way of seeing through the layers of crap people wrap around themselves. It's what makes her good at her job and dangerous as a friend. "Steel rusts if you don't use it," she adds quietly. I finish my ale in 3 large swallows and head for the stairs. Ruby calls after me, asking if I want another, but I'm already moving. Tonight I need the kind of oblivion that only comes from exhaustion. But sleep doesn't come. I lie on the narrow bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the rain drum against the window. Every time I close my eyes, I see the missionary woman, Delia, walking through town with that stubborn set to her shoulders, the way she refused to give up on people who'd given up on themselves. It reminds me of someone I used to be, someone who believed broken things could be fixed if you just cared enough to try, someone who would have stepped in when those men threatened Brother Nathaniel. Consequences be damned. I hate remembering who I used to be. It makes the present unbearable. The door creaks open and sunshine slips inside like a ghost. She's gotten good at moving silently through Sweetie Haven, Occupational necessity for someone who likes to curl up with sleeping drunks. Bad dreams again, Daddy Bear? Haven't been sleeping. She pads across the room and climbs onto the bed, settling against my side like she belongs there. Usually I tell her off, remind her that I'm not safe to sleep next to, that she should find someone less broken to comfort. Tonight I don't say anything. Her warmth is real and immediate, cutting through the cold that's been settling in my bones since this morning. She doesn't ask questions or offer advice, just curls up like a cat and makes the darkness a little less empty. She's going to keep trying, Sunshine says quietly. The missionary lady. She's not going to give up. She should. This place eats people like her. Maybe. Or maybe she's stronger than this place. I need to tell her that nobody's that strong. That Dust's End has broken harder people than one idealistic missionary with kind eyes and stubborn faith. But the words won't come because part of me, the part I've been trying to drown for months, wants her to be right. I want to believe that some things are worth fighting for, even when the fight seems hopeless. Especially then. Sunshine's breathing evens out and I listen to the rain and try not to think about steel spines and stubborn kindness and the way it felt to almost give a damn about something again. Tomorrow I'll drink enough to make this feeling go away. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 6. Delia. Dawn breaks grey and cold over the sacred grove, but finally it's not raining. I take this as a sign from Verin. After days of endless downpour, the sky has granted us this small mercy for our first gathering. The ancient standing stones rise from the muddy ground like silent witnesses, their carved symbols weathered by centuries of storms. Today, they'll hear new words. Today, they'll witness Verin's love proclaimed in a place where older, hungrier gods once demanded blood. Brother Nathaniel spreads a cloth over the altar stone, covering the dark stains of sacrifices past. Sister Mary arranges smaller stones in a rough circle for seating, while Brother Ezekiel tests the acoustics with a few spoken verses. His voice echoes nicely off the standing stones. The ancients built this place to carry words to the divine. Copper Eye stands apart from the preparations, staring at her hands with that troubled expression she's worn since yesterday. The fever left her changed somehow, more aware of the power flowing through her, more uncertain about its source. I should speak with her after today's service, help her understand that what she's feeling is Verin's grace manifesting through her pure heart. Sister Delia. Brother Nathaniel approaches, nervous energy radiating from his thin frame. What if no one comes? What if yesterday's kindnesses weren't enough to overcome their suspicion? I touch his shoulder gently. Then we'll speak to the stones and the sky, and trust that Verin's words will find the hearts that need them. But they'll come. Love calls to love, even when it's buried deep. Verin, Let my voice carry your truth today. Let these broken souls hear hope in my words. Speak from your heart, child. I am with you always. His presence settles over me like warm sunlight, burning away the nervousness that threatened to creep in. I've done this dozens of times in other places, other towns, but none felt as important as this. None felt like such desperate need wrapped in hostility and fear. The first to arrive is Mrs. Henley, picking her way carefully through the mud. She's brought a walking stick and a sceptical expression, but she's here. Behind her comes old Hanson the cooper, still coughing but upright and curious. A few other faces I recognise from our door-to-door efforts over the past days. Not many, but enough to begin. More trickle in as the morning progresses. Families with children who eye us with mixture of wariness and wonder. A handful of the working women from Sweetie Haven, led by Ruby LaRue, who settles onto a stone with the air of someone attending theatre rather than worship. Even a few of the rougher types hover at the very edge of the gathering, drawn by curiosity, if not faith. Sheriff Bones positions himself where he can see everything, hand resting casually on his club. Ready for trouble, but willing to let us try. 23 people. In a place like Dust's End, that's a congregation. I step forward, and conversations fade to expectant silence. The only sounds are the wind through the ancient stones and the distant murmur of the town going about its morning business. This is the moment, when words either kindle hope or fall dead on barren ground. My friends, I begin, letting my voice carry clearly across the circle. Thank you for coming, for being brave enough to hope that something better is possible. A few sceptical snorts, but they're listening. My name is Delia, and these are my companions in faith, the children of Verin. We've travelled far to bring you a message that will sound strange to ears accustomed to the old ways, the old gods who demand payment for every blessing. I gesture to the altar behind me, its dark stains visible despite Brother Nathaniel's cloth covering. The gods you know require sacrifice, blood and pain and surrender. They sort you into castes and races and classes, telling you that your birth determines your worth. They promise power to the few and suffering for the many. Hanson shifts uncomfortably. A few dark elves in the crowd exchange glances. I'm describing their entire social structure. But what if I told you there was another way? What if I told you about a god who loves you exactly as you are? Orc or human or dark elf, noble or criminal or outcast. A god who sees your heart, not your bloodline. Sounds too good to be true, calls out someone from the back. It does, I agree, smiling. Because you've been taught that divine love must be earned, that you must prove your worth through suffering or sacrifice or perfect behaviour. But Verin teaches something different, that you are already worthy, that you were worthy the moment you drew breath. Ruby LaRue leans forward slightly, interested despite herself. Verin is not one god among many, fighting for territory and worshippers. Verin is the love that underlies all creation, the spark of compassion in every heart, the choice to help instead of harm, to build instead of destroy, to hope instead of despair. I walk among them as I speak, making eye contact, letting them see that I believe every word. You think you're too broken for redemption, too far fallen, too stained by what you've done or what's been done to you. But Verin sees the light that still burns in you, however dim. That light can grow. That light can heal. That light can transform not just you, but this entire place. Pretty words, says a scarred woman I don't recognise. But words don't heal infected wounds or fill empty bellies. Before I can respond, a commotion starts near the edge of the crowd. A woman pushes through, carrying a small child, maybe 5 years old, who's crying weakly. The boy's left arm is wrapped in dirty bandages that can't hide the smell of infection. Please, the mother says, desperation raw in her voice. My son, the fever won't break, the wound won't heal. If your God is real, if he loves children. She doesn't finish, but she doesn't need to. Everyone here knows what untreated infection means. We all know how this story usually ends. I look at Copper Eye, who's gone very still. She feels it too, the weight of this moment, the choice between faith and doubt that hangs like smoke. Sister Copper Eye, I say gently, will you help? She approaches slowly, her young face grave with responsibility. The mother places her son on the altar cloth, and Copper Eye kneels beside him. Her hands hover over the infected wound, trembling slightly. I don't know if I can. Trust Verin, I whisper. Let his love flow through you. Copper Eye closes her eyes and places her hands on the boy's fevered skin. For a moment, nothing happens. Then light begins to emanate from her fingers, not the harsh glare of magic, but something gentler, warmer, like sunlight filtered through clean water. The boy's crying stops. His breathing eases. And when Copper Eye removes her hands, the bandages fall away to reveal healthy pink skin where infection had been eating him alive. The silence that follows is profound. The mother stares at her son, then at Copper Eye, then back at her son. She touches the healed flesh with trembling fingers, as if expecting the miracle to vanish at her touch. The fever's broken, she whispers. Then louder, the fever's broken. The crowd murmurs, then buzzes with conversation. I see wonder and fear warring in their faces, skepticism crumbling against the evidence of their own eyes. How? Someone asks. Verin's love, I answer simply, flowing through a pure heart to heal a suffering child. This is what's possible when we choose compassion over cruelty, hope over despair. More people are arriving now, drawn by the commotion and the spreading news of healing. The rough types at the edges press closer, their hostility replaced by fascination. Even Ruby LaRue looks genuinely impressed. Is it real? Hansen asks, his voice hoarse with more than just his cough. Touch the child, I tell him. See for yourself. Hansen approaches carefully, his gnarled fingers finding the boy's forehead. No fever, no pain. Just a healthy child blinking up at the grey sky with clear, bright eyes. I'll be damned, Hansen breathes. No, I say, taking his weathered hands in mine. You'll be saved, if you choose to be. The questions come fast after that. About Verin, about his teachings, about what it means to follow a God who doesn't demand blood or gold or grovelling submission. I answer each one honestly, watching hope kindle in faces that have forgotten what hope looks like. Not everyone is convinced. Some drift away, muttering about tricks and deception, but others stay. Others ask more questions. Others look at the healed child and wonder if maybe, just maybe, there's another way to live. By the time the gathering ends, we have 17 people who want to hear more. 17 souls ready to consider that their worth isn't determined by their past mistakes, or their bloodline, or their place in some arbitrary hierarchy. 17 lights in the darkness. As the crowd disperses, I find myself alone with Copper Eye. She's sitting on one of the smaller stones, staring at her hands again. That was beautiful, I tell her, settling beside her. Verin's love flowing through you to heal that child. Sister Delia, she says quietly. When I healed him, it didn't feel like something flowing through me. It felt like something coming from me. I take her hands in mine, feeling the faint warmth that still lingers there. Verin works through us, child. We become his instruments. What you felt was your heart opening to his love, becoming a channel for his grace. She nods, but I see the uncertainty still there. The questions she's not ready to voice. Trust in Verin, I tell her. Trust in the love you carry, and trust that everything happens according to his plan. Thank you, Verin, for showing them your power, for giving us this beginning. This is only the start, child. Greater things await those who believe. I watch the last stragglers make their way back to town, carrying word of what they've witnessed. Seeds planted in barren ground, waiting for the rain of faith to help them grow.
Chapter 7. Kilkirk. I wake up clear-headed and the feeling sits in my stomach like bad meat. It is the second day in a row without a proper hangover. 2 days of unwanted clarity, of feeling things I've spent months trying to bury under cheap ale and oblivion. My hands don't shake. My head doesn't pound. I can remember every detail of the last few days. The texture of the grain in the hayloft, the color of the sky, with a sharp, merciless focus that makes me want to crawl back into a bottle and pull the cork in after me. The whole town is buzzing about the miracle at the Grove. Even from the hayloft, I can hear the conversations drifting through Dust's End like wildfire. The healed child, the light from the young woman's hands. I should dismiss it. I should tell myself it was trickery, sleight of hand, the desperate delusion of people who have nothing else. But I can't quite manage it. I saw her face. The walk to the Red Scorpion feels different today. The mud sucks at my boots with the same hungry squelch. But the people are different. They nod when they see me, actually making eye contact instead of looking through me like I'm already a ghost. It's like they're seeing something in me that I can't see myself. Something the preacher lady saw when she looked at me through the window. The Red Scorpion smells the same, at least. Stale beer, sawdust, and the sour reek of unwashed bodies. It is a comfort. The tavern is busier than usual for mid-morning, but the mood isn't the usual sullen despair. There's energy here. Dangerous, frantic energy. "Saw it with my own eyes," Hansen is saying to anyone who'll listen, spraying spittle as he speaks. "Boy's arm was rotting off, green as moss. Now it's pink as a baby's bottom." "Load of crap," Two Chambers Clem mutters from his corner table. Clem is in a foul mood. The dent in his skull, courtesy of a club years ago, seems to be throbbing, his face twisted in a permanent scowl. He hates that the town is talking about hope. Hope is bad for business when your business is breaking kneecaps and collecting protection money for raiders who aren't even here. I take my usual stool. The wood is polished smooth by years of asses like mine. Grit pours my ale without asking, the foam spilling over the rim, but he's watching me closely. Then the heavy oak door creaks open, letting in a shaft of gray light, and the room goes quiet. It's sunshine. She shouldn't be here. The Red Scorpion isn't Sweetie Haven. It's rougher, darker, a place for men who have stopped caring about anything but the next drink. She stands in the doorway, small and pale in her oversized dress, clutching a wrapped bundle of bread to her chest like a shield. "Daddy Bear," she calls out, her voice trembling slightly. "You didn't come for breakfast. Helga made fresh rolls." I spin on my stool, the wood groaning under my weight. "Get out of here, sunshine. I brought you." "Well, well," Clem interrupts, unfolding himself from his chair. He moves with the heavy, lurching grace of a predator who smells weakness. "Look what we have here. The little Perna pet." He steps between her and the door, blocking the light. Sunshine shrinks back, clutching the bread tighter. "Lost, little girl?" Clem sneers, showing his broken yellow teeth. "This is a place for men, not for half-breed dirty women who think they're people." "Leave her alone, Clem," I say, my voice low. It rumbles in my chest, a warning growl. Clem ignores me. He reaches out and grabs Sunshine's arm, his thick fingers digging into her pale skin. She cries out, a sharp, frightened sound, and drops the bread. It rolls across the dirty floorboards, gathering sawdust. "Maybe you need to pay a toll," Clem says, leaning in close to sniff her hair. "Or maybe you need to learn your place." Something inside me snaps. It isn't a thought. It isn't a decision. It is a reflex. Ancient and buried deep, but faster than thought. It is the sound of a lock clicking open. I am off the stool before the bread stops rolling. I cross the room in 2 strides, my boots thudding against the floor. Clem raises his free hand to shove me back, but he's slow. Drunk slow. I catch his wrist in midair. I don't just hold it. I crush it. I find the precise pressure point between the radius and the ulna, a spot I haven't thought about in 5 years, and I squeeze until I feel the gristle shift under my thumb. Clem's eyes go wide. His mouth opens to scream, but the shock silences him. He drops Sunshine's arm as his knees buckle. "Kilkirk!" he gasps, the name wheezing out of him. I don't let go. I step into his space, forcing him back against the rough wood of the wall. I look into his eyes, and for a second I let the mask slip. I let him see exactly what is living inside the drunk orc he likes to bully. "Touch her again," I whisper. My voice is devoid of anger, devoid of humanity. It is cold, flat, and professional. "Touch her again, and I pull this arm off at the shoulder and beat you to death with the wet end." Clem stares at me. He sees the math in my eyes. He sees that I am not threatening him. I am stating a fact. The color drains from his face, leaving it the color of old porridge. He nods, terrified, sweat beading on his upper lip. I release him. He stumbles back, cradling his wrist against his chest, and scrambles for the door. He trips over his own feet, crashing into a table before fleeing into the rain without looking back. The tavern is dead silent. Even the flies seem to have stopped buzzing. I turn to Sunshine. She's staring at me, her green eyes wide. She isn't looking at me like a daddy bear. She is looking at me like she just saw a wolf eat a sheep. "Go back to Sweetie Haven," I say roughly. My voice sounds strange to my own ears. "Kilkirk, go!" She flinches, then turns and runs, her small feet splashing in the puddles outside. I stand there, my hands shaking. Not from fear, from adrenaline, from the terrible, seductive rush of violence. It felt good. It felt right. My blood is singing in my veins, hot and alive. The monster is awake, and he wants more. I look at my hands. They want to break something else. They want to find Clem and finish what I started. They want to tear the world apart until it makes sense. Terror washes over me, cold and absolute. This is why I stopped. This is why I drink. Because if I stop drinking, I remember how easy it is to hurt people. I remember that I am good at it. "Grit," I say, my voice cracking. "The bottle! Kilkirk, you! The whole bottle!" I roar, slamming my fist onto the bar. The wood splinters under the blow. He hands it over, his eyes wide. I drink. I drink like a man on fire trying to put himself out. The cheap whiskey burns my throat, scorching the taste of violence from my mouth. I drink to drown the wolf, to bury the competence, to forget the terrified look in Clem's eyes. I drink until the edges of the world go soft and gray, until the shaking stops, until I am just a useless drunk again. It takes hours, but finally, the darkness comes. I stumble out of the tavern sometime after dark. The rain has turned the streets into rivers of sucking mud. 3 steps outside the Red Scorpion, my legs forget how to work and I pitch forward into the street face first. The mud is cold and tastes like everything that's died in Dust's End. Rot, rust, and despair. I try to push myself up, but my arms have decided they're on strike. So I lie there face down in the muck, letting the rain wash over me. "Oh my." The voice is soft, concerned. "Are you hurt?" I manage to roll over, spitting mud, and find myself looking up at the preacher lady. She's crouched beside me, rain streaming off her hood, and those dangerous, beautiful eyes are full of compassion I don't deserve. "I'm fine," I slur, "just admiring the view." She reaches out, her hand glowing faintly in the gloom. "Don't," I snap, pulling away. "Don't touch me. You're hurt. Let me help you." "Help me?" I laugh, a wet, broken sound that hurts my chest. "You don't know what you're dealing with. I'm not some broken thing you can fix. I'm poison." "You're in pain," she interrupts, gentle as a knife to the heart. "And you're drowning in guilt over something that wasn't your fault. You don't know." "I will help you," she says, her voice filling my head like music. And as her hand touches mine, warm and steady against the cold rain, the last thing I remember is thinking that maybe, just maybe, the monster deserves to die here in the mud.
Chapter 8. Delia. The words leave my lips with such certainty that they surprise even me. I will help you. His amber eyes stare up at me through the rain, wide with something between hope and terror. For a moment, neither of us moves. My hand rests over his, and I can feel the tremor in his fingers that has absolutely nothing to do with the cold. Then his eyes roll back and consciousness abandons him completely. His body goes slack, settling deeper into the mud, and I'm left kneeling beside a broken warrior who's finally surrendered to the poison he's been pouring into himself. Verin, he's so lost. How do I help him heal? Love him back to wholeness, child. Show him he's worth saving. The answer comes with such clarity that I don't question it. This is why Verin brought me to him in that first moment by the tavern window. This is why he put this lost soul in my path. Not for judgment, but for healing that goes deeper than medicine can reach. Sister Delia? I turn to find Copper Eye emerging from the shadows where she's been following at a distance. Her young face is troubled, but there's something else there too, a kind of understanding that seems older than her years. What should we do? She asks quietly. I look down at the orc's unconscious form, this warrior who's forgotten his own worth, and the answer comes as clear as Verin's voice in my mind. Bring him to me. Copper Eye nods without question. She approaches slowly, her hands beginning to glow with that soft, warm light I've seen her use for healing. But this is different. Instead of touching him, she holds her palms over his body, and slowly, impossibly, he begins to rise. I stand and start walking toward our lodgings, trusting in Verin's plan and Copper Eye's gift. Behind me, I hear the soft whisper of displaced air as the orc's unconscious form floats through the muddy streets, supported by invisible hands that hold him gentle as a sleeping child. The few people still out in this weather give us a wide berth, crossing to the other side of the street or ducking into doorways. A floating body isn't something you see every day, even in a place like Dust's End, where strange things happen with disturbing regularity. As we pass beneath the windows of Sweetie Haven, I catch a glimpse of pale hair and green eyes watching from above. The young woman, Sunshine, stares down at our small procession with an expression I can't quite read. Our eyes meet for a brief moment, and something passes between us. Understanding, perhaps, or recognition of what needs to be done. She nods once, barely perceptible, then steps back from the window. The boarding house is quiet when we arrive, most of our companions already asleep. Copper Eye guides the orc's floating form up the narrow stairs with careful precision, avoiding the walls and low ceiling beams. At the door to my room, she looks at me with those two knowing eyes. He's very broken, Sister Delia. I know. It will take time to heal. I know that too. She nods and gently lowers him onto my bed. His unconscious form settles into the clean sheets like a man remembering what comfort feels like. For a moment, Copper Eye stares at her own hands, that troubled expression returning to her young face. Sister Delia, when I use this power, it feels like it comes from inside me, not from Verin. I take her hands in mine, feeling the residual warmth that lingers there. Verin works through us, child. We become his instruments. What you're feeling is your heart opening to his love, becoming a channel for his grace. She wants to say something else. I can see the words forming behind her eyes, but she just nods and moves toward the door. Get some rest, I tell her. Tomorrow will bring new challenges. She pauses at the threshold. Will you be all right? With him, I mean. I look at the orc's slack face, peaceful in unconsciousness, but still marked by pain. Verin has shown me what needs to be done. Copper Eye nods and slips out, closing the door softly behind her. Now I'm alone with him, this broken warrior who carries guilt like a physical weight. His breathing is deep and regular, but even unconscious, tension holds his shoulders rigid. His clothes are soaked through with rain and mud, and I can smell the sour reek of too much ale mixed with despair. Verin, he needs healing that goes deeper than medicine can reach. Give him the love he's forgotten he deserves, child. Show him through your actions what words cannot convey. I understand. This isn't about desire or pleasure. This is about restoration. About showing someone who believes he's worthless that he's precious enough to be cherished. I begin to unlace my mud-stained robes, letting them fall to the floor in a damp heap. The room is cold, but Verin's purpose burns warm in my chest. This is holy work, as sacred as any prayer or healing I've ever performed.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 9. Kilkirk. The hangover tells me that I have instincts to drink, which I am happy about. However, the release of tension both within my body and mind is welcome. Flashes come, sweet breath on my face, my manhood held firm in soft hands and worked with medical precision until the peak. I wake up in my usual spot in the hayloft, but something's different. My head pounds like it should after last night's drinking, but there's a looseness in my muscles that I haven't felt in months. Like someone untied knots I didn't know I was carrying. The memories come in fragments. Rain on my face, falling in the mud. The preacher lady kneeling beside me, those dangerous eyes full of compassion. Then, warmth, softness, gentle hands that knew exactly what they were doing. Sweet breath on my face. My manhood held firm in soft hands and worked with medical precision until peak pleasure ripped through me like lightning. I sit up too fast and immediately regret it. The world spins sideways, but underneath the hangover is something else. A strange peace, like the quiet that comes after a fever breaks. Did that really happen? Or was it just another drunk dream, my mind conjuring comfort where none exists? But I can still smell her on my skin. Something floral mixed with rain and that particular scent of clean female that I'd forgotten existed. Real then. Somehow. Impossibly real. Why would she? A broken-down drunk who told her to get off, who called her God an idiot, who represents everything her faith stands against. What could she possibly see in me worth touching? The question follows me as I climb down from the loft and step into the gray morning light. The town feels different today, charged with nervous energy. People cluster in doorways, whispering urgently. Children are kept close to their mothers. Even the usual drunks and wastrels seem more alert than usual. Something's coming. Something bad. I avoid the Red Scorpion. Can't face Grit's knowing looks or Lucky Frank's commentary about my state. Instead, I find myself walking the side streets, listening to conversations that trail off when people notice me approaching. Said they'd be here by noon. How many, you think? Should have left when we had the chance. The fear is thick enough to taste, metallic and bitter on the tongue. Dust's End has seen trouble before, but this feels different. More focused, more personal. I'm still trying to piece together what's happening when the sound of hoofbeats echoes through the streets. Not the tired plodding of merchants or travelers, but the sharp, rhythmic beat of war horses ridden with purpose. Dark elves. They ride down Main Street like they own it. And maybe they do. 5 of them, armed and armored, moving with the casual arrogance of predators who know there's nothing in this mud pit worth fearing. Their leader is young, maybe 25, with the kind of cruel beauty that dark elf nobles cultivate like a weapon. He's got silver hair braided with black leather and scars that look decorative rather than functional. They pull up in front of the boarding house, and the leader, La Vibera, I hear someone whisper, dismounts with theatrical grace, the kind of man who's used to making entrances. "Citizens of Dust's End," he calls out, voice carrying easily across the silent street. "I bring greetings from Lord Cazador, protector of this region and guardian of safe passage through these troubled lands." A few nervous laughs from the crowd that's gathering. Everyone knows what's coming next. "Lord Cazador has noticed that your fine community has been unprotected, vulnerable to the many dangers that plague honest travelers. Bandits, wild beasts, accidents that befall the unwary." Sheriff Bones emerges from his office, hand resting on his club but not drawing it. He's got enough sense to know when he's outmatched. "What do you want?" La Vibera smiles, showing teeth like polished ivory. "Protection, of course. Lord Cazador is prepared to extend his aegis over Dust's End for the reasonable fee of, shall we say, 500 gold pieces per month." The silence that follows is quite profound. 500 gold is more than this town sees in a year. "And if we refuse?" This from Silas Cobb, who's emerged from his boarding house with the expression of a man watching his investment burn. "Then Lord Cazador will be unable to guarantee your safety. Terrible things happen to unprotected settlements. Fires, raids, entire populations. Displaced." La Vibera's smile never wavers. "But surely sensible people like yourselves wouldn't let it come to that." The crowd murmurs nervously. A few people are already talking about gathering their belongings, preparing to run. Others cluster around Sheriff Bones, looking for leadership he can't provide. That's when she steps forward. The preacher lady moves through the crowd like she's walking to Sunday service, calm and certain despite the armed killers on horseback. She stops directly in front of La Vibera, close enough that his horse could crush her with one step. "We will not pay tribute to those who prey on the innocent," she says clearly. "Varen will protect his faithful." La Vibera stares down at her for a moment, then throws back his head and laughs. It's a genuinely delighted sound, like she's just told the funniest joke he's heard all year. "Varen?" He looks around at his companions, sharing the humor. "Boys, the little missionary thinks her foreign god will protect her from us." "Varen protects all who stand against darkness," she replies, unshaken by their mockery. "We have seen his power. We have felt his love. We will not bow to tyrants." "How refreshing." La Vibera leans forward in his saddle, studying her like an interesting specimen. "Tell me, little preacher, when your God fails to stop our return, and he will fail, what then? Will you still have such faith when we're burning your precious converts alive?" "My faith doesn't waver in the face of threats." "No? How about in the face of reality?" He straightens up, addressing the crowd. 3 days, people of Dust's End. 3 days to gather 500 gold pieces and deliver it to the crossroads south of town, or Lord Cazador pays you a visit personally. He wheels his horse around, preparing to leave, then pauses and looks back at the preacher lady. "You especially, missionary. Lord Cazador has heard about your little cult. He's very interested in meeting you personally. I'd start running if I were you." Then they're gone, riding out of town as quickly as they came, leaving behind the kind of silence that follows lightning strikes. But the silence doesn't last long. People start talking, voices rising in panic and argument. Some want to gather the money somehow. Others are already planning to flee before the Dark Elves return. A few are looking at the preacher lady with something between hope and desperate faith. "Sister Delia," Hansen calls out, his voice shaky but determined. "You really think your God can protect us from Cazador?" She turns to face the crowd. and I can see something burning in those dangerous eyes. Not fear, but certainty. The kind of absolute faith that moves mountains or gets people killed. "Varen has shown us his power," she says, voice carrying to every corner of the gathered crowd. "He healed the dying child. He brought us safely through the wilderness. He will not abandon us now." "But Cazador's got an army," someone protests. "What have we got?" "We have faith," she replies simply, "and faith is the strongest weapon against darkness." Mrs. Henley pushes through the crowd, her weathered face set with determination. "I've seen what your God can do, girl. If you say he'll protect us, I believe you." "Me too," adds Lucky Frank, surprising everyone, including himself. "Tired of running from bullies anyway." More voices join in, people who've spent years being afraid suddenly talking about standing their ground. Not all of them. Plenty are still talking about fleeing. But enough. Enough to matter. I watch from the shadows as the preacher lady organizes them, turning panic into purpose. She's not promising them easy victory or painless salvation. She's promising them something better. The chance to be more than they thought they were. Something stirs in my chest, unfamiliar and uncomfortable. Not quite hope. I'm not ready for that yet, but something adjacent to it. The faintest possibility that maybe, just maybe, some things are worth fighting for after all, even if you're not sure you deserve to fight for them. The preacher lady catches my eye across the crowd, and for a moment we just look at each other. She doesn't smile or nod or acknowledge what passed between us last night. But there's something in her gaze that makes my breath catch. Recognition. Understanding. The promise that this isn't over. Then she turns back to the crowd and I slip away before anyone else notices me watching. But her words follow me as I retreat to the shadows. "Varen has brought us here for a reason. We will not run from that purpose." Maybe she's right. Maybe her God does have a plan.
Chapter 10. Delia. Dawn at the sacred grove brings a sight that fills my heart with joy. More people than I've ever seen gathered for morning prayers. They arrive in small groups, some alone, picking their way through the mud with the careful steps of those who've never attended a religious service before. Mrs. Henley leads a cluster of boarding house residents. Hanson the cooper brings his apprentice boy. Even a few of the working women from Sweetie Haven hover at the edges, curious despite themselves. Brother Nathaniel's voice rings clear as he leads the opening hymn, his nervousness from our first days replaced by growing confidence. The words of praise to Varen echo off the ancient standing stones, and I marvel at how quickly this pagan place has become sacred to our purposes. Sister Mary stands beside me, her dark elf heritage lending weight to our message among the DFAM caste outcasts who've started attending. Her presence says more than any sermon could, that Varen's love transcends the rigid hierarchies these people have known all their lives. "Beautiful morning for worship," Brother Ezekiel murmurs, settling beside me on one of the smaller stones. His weathered face surveys the crowd with satisfaction. Even saw a few faces I recognized from the old days, words spreading in the right circles. The right circles being thieves, smugglers, and others who live on society's margins. Brother Ezekiel's past as a slave trader, however much he's repented, gives him credibility with people who distrust authority and organized religion. They listen to him because he understands their world. "Varen calls to all hearts," I reply, watching Copper Eye move through the crowd with quiet purpose. She's become our greatest asset, this young woman with her healing gift. Wherever she goes, the sick and wounded follow, hoping for her touch. Brother Gyro approaches, his massive minotaur frame somehow managing to look humble despite his size. "Sister Delia, I've been thinking about defensive positions. If we're serious about resisting Cazador..." "We are," I say firmly. "Varen didn't bring us here to run from the first sign of trouble." He nods, pulling out a crude map he sketched. "The grove is too exposed for a prolonged stand, But the boarding house has good sightlines, and if we could barricade the main street approaches. Brother Gyro's mind works differently than the others. Where they see faith and hope, he sees logistics and strategy. It's exactly what we need. His Kimtivku's caste background taught him to think systematically, to plan for contingencies. Sister Ash joins our small planning circle, her rare status as a female orc drawing curious looks from the few orcs in our growing congregation. The fighters we've got are mostly shopkeepers and drunks, she says bluntly. If we're going to stand against trained raiders, they'll need more than prayer to keep them alive. She's right, of course. Faith is our foundation, but practical preparation will keep people breathing long enough for Verin's plan to unfold. Then we teach them, I say, not just to fight, but to believe they're worth fighting for. The service continues with Copper Eye demonstrating Verin's healing power. A woman brings her child, the same boy she healed days ago, as testimony to what our God can accomplish. The crowd murmurs appreciatively as she lays hands on an old man's arthritic joints, easing pain that's plagued him for years. But I notice the troubled expression that crosses Copper Eye's face each time the light flows through her fingers. She's been asking questions I'm not ready to answer, doubting the source of her gift. I'll need to speak with her privately soon, help her understand that what she feels is simply Verin working through a pure heart. After the service, we return to town to find the real work beginning. People approach us with questions, offers of help, tentative commitments to stand with us. Ruby LaRue arrives with 3 of Sweetie Haven's girls, their painted faces serious despite their profession. Heard your speech yesterday, Ruby says without preamble, about standing up to bullies. We've got our own reasons for not wanting Cazador's protection. I nod, understanding without explanation. Women in their position have learned what protection from men like Cazador really means. Verin welcomes all who seek refuge from darkness, I tell them. Don't know about your God, one of the other women says, but I know you've got spine. That counts for something. It's not conversion, but it's alliance. Sometimes that's enough to start with. But not everyone is pleased with our growing influence. 2 Chambers Clem has been making his presence felt, following our missionaries as they move through town, making crude comments loud enough for everyone to hear. Foreign brat thinks she can save us all, he mutters to anyone who'll listen. Gets people killed, that kind of thinking. Smart folks know when to run. His friends, a collection of the town's nastier elements, have started lurking near our gatherings, not quite threatening but making their disapproval clear. Yesterday, someone threw a stone that barely missed Brother Nathaniel's head. This morning, we found obscenities scratched into the boarding house wall. Clem's trying to create fear among those considering joining us, but his influence is limited. Most people see him for what he is, a bully who profits from others' misery. Still, his presence is a reminder that not everyone wants salvation. Should we do something about Clem? Sister Mary asks as we watch him intimidate a family who'd been walking toward the grove. Verin will handle those who spread darkness, I reply, though privately I'm concerned. Clem represents the worst impulses in human nature, the desire to drag others down rather than lift them up. He's exactly the kind of person Cazador would find useful. The day continues with organisation and preparation. Brother Gyro identifies strategic locations, while Sister Ash quietly assesses who among our supporters might actually be able to fight. Brother Ezekiel uses his contacts to gather intelligence about Cazador's movements. Brother Nathaniel coordinates supplies and logistics. Each of the children of Verin has found their role in this growing resistance, and I'm proud of how they've risen to the challenge. We came here as missionaries, but we're becoming something more, leaders of people who've forgotten they're worth leading. As evening approaches, more families pledge their support. Not everyone. Plenty are still undecided, waiting to see which way events unfold. But enough to matter. Enough to give Cazador pause, perhaps. Sheriff Bones approaches during evening prayers, hat in his weathered hands. Sister Delia, I won't pretend I understand all this God talk. But you're bringing order to chaos, and that's something I can support. His quiet backing means more than he knows. If the town's nominal authority figure stands with us, others will follow. The crowd disperses as full darkness falls, people returning to their homes with prayers on their lips and hope in their hearts. My fellow missionaries gather their things, preparing to return to our lodgings for the night. But I have other plans. Brother Nathaniel is checking his notes when I approach him. Bring the orc to my room, I say as Verin lets loose little shocks through my body.
Chapter 11. Kilkirk. Her touch is fire and commandment. The door barely closes before she's on me, nails raking my chest, mouth biting at my throat like she wants to devour my soul. I kick the door shut, and she's already tearing at my belt, frantic, eyes blazing with something far beyond ordinary lust. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. For the first time, I don't need to understand. I just know I'll do it again tomorrow.
Chapter 12. Delia. I wake with his arm across my waist and Verin's voice singing in my heart. The orc sleeps deeply beside me, his breathing slow and peaceful in a way I suspect it hasn't been for months. In the grey dawn light filtering through the window, I can see the scars that map his body like a history of violence and loss. But there's something different about his face now. The lines of constant pain have eased, and he looks at rest. Thank you, Verin, for showing me your plan through him. He is your instrument, child. Through love he will find his purpose. The certainty of it fills me with warmth that really has nothing to do with the body pressed against mine. This isn't mere physical desire. This is divine orchestration. Verin brought this broken warrior into my path for a reason, and through our joining, that reason becomes clearer. I slip carefully from the bed, not wanting to wake him yet. He needs this rest, this peace. When he wakes, the weight of his guilt will return, but perhaps now it will be tempered by the knowledge that he's worthy of love, that someone sees value in what he's convinced himself is worthless. The morning prayers at the Grove draw the largest crowd yet. Word of yesterday's confrontation with La Vibera has spread, and people who've never shown interest in gods or faith arrive curious about this foreign woman who stood up to armed dark elves. Blessed be Verin's light, I call out to the gathering, and the response comes stronger than ever before. Blessed be his love. Dozens of voices reply. Brother Gyro approaches with his usual clipboard of practical concerns. Sister Delia, we need to discuss organisation. If we're serious about resisting Cazador, we'll need more than prayers. He's right, of course. Faith without action is empty hope. What do you propose? Food stores first. If we're under siege, people need to eat. Then shelter assignments. Who goes where if the main town becomes unsafe? And... He hesitates. We need to identify who can actually fight. Sister Ash joins us, her rare presence as a female orc drawing respectful nods from the few orcs in our congregation. Already working on that, she says bluntly. Most of what we've got are shopkeepers and farmers. Good people, but they've never held a weapon in anger. Then we teach them, I say, though the words taste strange in my mouth. Violence goes against everything I've preached about Verin's love and mercy. But sometimes love must defend itself against those who would destroy it. The morning continues with practical organisation, families volunteering to share resources, young men and a few women quietly asking Sister Ash about weapons training. Copper Eye moving through the crowd, healing minor ailments while I watch for signs of strain. But our work is interrupted by harsh laughter from the edge of the grove. 2 chambers. Clem leans against one of the standing stones, arms crossed, watching our gathering with obvious disdain. Behind him stand 5 of his closest associates, men I recognise as the worst Dust's End has to offer, cutthroats and bullies who profit from others' fear. "Look at this!" Clem calls out, loud enough for everyone to hear. "Foreign brat playing at being a general, gonna get you all killed listening to her pretty lies." Several families edge toward the grove's exit, but I step forward instead of retreating. "You're welcome to join us, Clem. Veren's love extends even to those who've forgotten their own worth." His broken grin widens. "Don't need your foreign god, missionary. Got along fine without him before you showed up. We all did." "Is that what you call this?" I gesture toward the town beyond the grove. People afraid of their own shadows, neighbours refusing to help neighbours, children going hungry while the strong take what they want. That's called life, sweetheart. Survival of the fittest. Your God won't change that. He'll just get believers killed thinking they're special. Brother Nathaniel steps up beside me, his pale face set with determination. Veren teaches us that we're all special, that every life has value. Clem laughs, a sound like breaking glass. Every life has value? Tell that to the families Cazador's burned out. Tell that to the slaves in his mines. Your God's got a funny way of protecting the faithful. Faith isn't about avoiding suffering, I reply calmly. It's about finding meaning in it, about standing together instead of turning on each other. Standing together gets you buried together. Clem pushes off from the stone, and his men shift behind him. Not quite threatening yet, but the promise of violence hangs in the air like smoke. But maybe that's what you want. Maybe dying for your foreign god sounds better than living in the real world. The real world is what we make it, Brother Nathaniel says, his voice steady despite the danger. Veren shows us we can choose to build instead of destroy. Clem's grin falters, replaced by something colder. Pretty words, boy. Let's see how pretty they sound when Cazador's skinning you alive for sport. The threat is explicit now, and I see several congregation members backing away. Fear is contagious, but so is courage. I step forward until I'm close enough to see the mad gleam in Clem's damaged eyes. "We're not afraid of you," I say quietly. "Or Cazador. Veren is with us." "Your god's about to get a lot of company in the grave," Clem replies, but he backs down for now. His men follow as he swaggers away from the grove, but not before he turns back for one final comment. "Tick-tock, missionary. 2 days left. Hope your god's got an army hidden somewhere." They disappear into the trees, leaving behind an uncomfortable silence. Several families slip away without a word, fear winning out over faith. But others remain, and I see something new in their faces. Not just hope, but determination. "He's trying to scare us," Mrs. Henley says, her weathered hands clenched into fists. "He's succeeding with some," adds Hanson, watching the departing families with regret. "Fear is natural," I tell them, "but we don't have to let it control us. Veren gives us courage to face whatever comes." The rest of the morning passes peacefully, but the tension Clem created lingers like storm clouds on the horizon. As we return to town, I notice his people watching from doorways and alleys, making their presence felt without directly confronting us. Sheriff Bones intercepts me near the boarding house, his expression grim. "Sister Delia, we need to talk." "What is it?" "Clem's been recruiting, not just his usual thugs. He's pulling in anyone desperate enough to listen, promising them protection if they stand with him when Cazador arrives." My heart sinks. "How many?" "Maybe a dozen so far. Could be more by tomorrow." He adjusts his hat, clearly uncomfortable. Thing is, some of them aren't bad people. They're just scared. Scared people do stupid things. What would you advise? Be careful. Clem's not just trying to turn people against you. He's planning something. I can feel it. The afternoon brings more organisation and preparation. Brother Ezekiel uses his contacts to gather supplies, while Sister Mary reaches out to the dark elf outcasts who might join us. Copper Eye continues her healing work, though I notice the strain it's putting on her young face. Sister Copper Eye, I say during a quiet moment, you look tired. She glances up from bandaging an old man's infected hand. I feel strange, Sister Delia, like there's too much power building up inside me. Ruby LaRue, who's been watching from nearby, steps closer. Honey, that's normal for folks with your kind of gift. You need to let some of that pressure off. How? Copper Eye asks innocently. Ruby's smile is knowing but kind. Come find me tonight. I'll show you. I should probably ask what she means, but there are so many other concerns pressing for attention. Copper Eye's gift comes from Verin. Surely he'll guide her in its proper use. Evening prayers draw another large crowd despite, or perhaps because of, Clem's morning threats. I speak about courage in the face of darkness, about the strength that comes from standing together. The words flow through me like water through a channel, and I know they're not entirely my own. Verin, give them strength for what's coming. You are my voice, child. Through you, they'll find the courage they need. As the service concludes and people begin to disperse, I notice movement at the perimeter of the grove. Clem and his men emerge from the shadows, moving closer with deliberate menace. Well, well, Clem calls out, his voice carrying across the sacred space. Still here, I see, still filling people's heads with lies about foreign gods. Several congregation members hurry away, but Brother Nathaniel steps protectively in front of me. Sister Ash moves to flank us, her hand resting on the knife at her belt. This is a place of worship, Brother Nathaniel says firmly. You're not welcome here. Clem's broken laugh echoes off the standing stones. Place of worship? This is where they used to sacrifice animals to the old gods. Maybe it's time to get back to tradition. The threat is unmistakable now. His men spread out in a loose semicircle, cutting off easy escape routes. But I don't move, don't show the fear that's trying to claw up my throat. Verin protects those who serve him, I say, surprised by the steadiness in my own voice. Does he now? Clem pulls a wicked-looking knife from his belt, testing its edge with his thumb. Let's put that to the test, shall we? For a moment, violence hangs in the air like a held breath. Then Sheriff Bones appears at the grove's entrance, hand on his club, and Clem's men shift nervously. Problem here? Bones asks, though his eyes never leave Clem. Clem sheathes his knife with obvious reluctance. No problem, Sheriff. Just having a theological discussion. Discussion's over, Bones says flatly. Move along. They leave, but slowly, making sure we understand this is tactical withdrawal, not defeat. Clem pauses at the grove's edge for one final threat. Tomorrow night, missionary. We'll see how much your God really cares about his faithful. Then they're gone, swallowed by the darkness beyond the sacred stones. Brother Nathaniel is shaking. Whether from fear or anger, I can't tell. Sister Ash looks like she wants to follow them and finish what they started. Sheriff Bones approaches, his face grim in the torchlight. That was a promise, not a threat, he says quietly. They're planning something for tomorrow. I nod, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on my shoulders like a mantle. People have put their faith in me, in Verin's protection. I can't let that faith be misplaced. Verin, give me wisdom. How do I protect them? Trust in the plan, child. All the pieces are moving into position. I look toward the town where my broken warrior sleeps, hopefully at peace for one more night. Tomorrow will test us all. Our faith, our courage, our willingness to fight for what we believe. But tonight, I hold on to the certainty that we're exactly where we're meant to be, doing exactly what Verin intended, even if that means walking through fire to reach the other side.
Chapter 13. Kilkirk. I wake up alone, and the absence hits me harder than any hangover. Her scent lingers on the sheets, something clean and floral mixed with the musk of what we shared. The bed is still warm where she lay beside me, but she's gone, probably off to her morning prayers and the business of saving souls that don't think they're worth saving. Last night was different, more intense than our first encounter, if that was even possible. I remember the way she touched me, like she was mapping every scar with reverent fingers. The way she whispered my name between kisses, making it sound like something sacred instead of just another orc grunt. The way she looked at me afterward, eyes bright with something that might have been love. Dangerous territory, that. Hope is bad enough. But love? Love is the kind of weapon that can destroy a man more thoroughly than any blade. I get dressed quickly, hands unsteady as I pull on my mud-stained clothes. The room feels too intimate, too full of possibilities I'm not ready to face. Better to leave before those possibilities take root and start growing into expectations. The hallway is empty when I slip out, but I can hear voices from downstairs, her fellow missionaries planning their day of miracles and impossible optimism. I take the back stairs, avoiding the common room and the questions I can see forming behind their eyes. The morning air carries its usual promise of rain, but somehow it doesn't feel as oppressive as usual. Even the perpetual gray seems lighter, like someone's added a touch of warmth to Dust's End's palette. Which is ridiculous. Weather doesn't change based on how thoroughly a missionary has scrambled your brains. I should go to the Red Scorpion, resume my routine of drinking and self-loathing. Instead, I find myself taking the long way through back alleys, avoiding main streets where people might see the confusion written across my face in letters too large to ignore. Sweetie Haven welcomes me like sanctuary. The main floor is quiet this early, just a few working girls sharing breakfast and gentle gossip before beginning their day. I settle into my corner booth, the one with good sight lines and the comfort of familiar shadows. Morning, Daddy Bear. Sunshine materializes beside me like smoke given form, her pale hair catching what little light filters through the rain-streaked windows. You look happy. The word hits me like a physical blow. Happy? Relaxed. Like someone reminded you what it feels like to smile. She tilts her head, studying me with those too perceptive green eyes. When's the last time you looked happy? I want to tell her she's imagining things, that I'm the same miserable drunk I was yesterday. But the words stick in my throat, because she's right. There's something different in my chest this morning, a lightness that has little to do with alcohol, yet everything to do with soft hands and whispered prayers. Don't know what you're talking about, I mutter, but even I can hear how unconvincing it sounds. Of course you don't. Her smile is knowing but kind, just like you don't know why you keep looking toward the grove where the missionary lady holds her services. Ruby appears with coffee I didn't order, setting it down with the practiced efficiency of someone who's seen every variety of morning after confusion. You're up early for someone who usually doesn't surface before the sun's given up trying. Couldn't sleep. She settles into the seat across from me, abandoning all pretense of professional distance. Heard the missionaries had quite a crowd at morning prayers. Biggest gathering yet from what folks are saying. Through Sweetie Haven's windows, I can see the grove in the distance. Even from here, I can make out figures moving among the ancient stones. More than I've seen before. A lot more. She's building something, Ruby continues, following my gaze. Something real. People who haven't smiled in years are walking around like they just discovered the sun rises every morning. She's right. Throughout the day, I watch through the windows as people move through Dust's End's muddy streets with something that might actually be hope. Mrs. Henley humming while she tends her small garden. Hansen walking without the perpetual stoop of defeat. Children, actual children, playing in the streets instead of hiding in doorways. It's like the missionary lady has cast some kind of spell over the place, transforming despair into something approaching joy, which should be impossible in a town like Dust's End, where hope comes to die and optimism gets buried in unmarked graves. "You're not drinking as much," Ruby observes around midday, nodding at my barely touched cup. "Alcohol doesn't taste right today." "That's so? Or maybe you've got other things on your mind." She leans back, studying my face with the intensity of someone reading tea leaves. Like a certain missionary with kind eyes and a stubborn streak wider than the continent. It's not... she's just... I run out of words because how do you explain what it's like when someone looks at you and sees worth where there should only be wreckage? "You're falling for her," Ruby says, not unkindly. "Hard to miss, the way you watch that woman like she's the first sunrise you've ever seen." The accuracy of the observation hits me like a punch to the gut. Because she's right, isn't she? I am falling for the impossible missionary who stands up to dark elf raiders and speaks to ancient gods like they're old friends, who touches broken orcs like they're precious instead of worthless. "Maybe it's time to stop pretending you don't care," Ruby continues. "Maybe it's time to be honest about what you want." What I want. When's the last time I let myself want anything beyond the bottom of the next bottle? When's the last time I believed I deserved to want something? The afternoon brings more revelations. I watch families who've never shown interest in gods or faith joining the missionary lady's evening preparations. People sharing food, offering help without being asked, treating each other with the kind of basic kindness that's been extinct in Dust's End since I arrived. Diego Cortez, thief, pickpocket, survivor, helping an elderly woman carry supplies. Lucky Frank Holloway sharing his last piece of bread with a hungry child. The working girls from various establishments bringing clean bandages for the missionary lady's healing work. It's like watching a different town emerge from the bones of the old one. Same buildings, same muddy streets, same gray sky. But the people moving through it are transformed. They stand straighter, smile more readily, look each other in the eye instead of studying the ground. "She did this," I tell Sunshine when she brings me dinner. I don't remember ordering. In less than a week, she's turned this place into something that might actually be worth saving. Maybe. Or maybe she just reminded people what they were capable of all along. Sunshine settles beside me, her presence comforting in its familiarity. "People aren't broken, Daddy Bear. They're just tired of pretending they don't matter." As evening approaches, I find myself standing at Sweetie Haven's front window, watching the missionary lady move through her growing congregation. She doesn't walk. She glides, like she's carried by the certainty of her purpose. People gravitate toward her like plants toward sunlight, and she gives each person exactly the attention they need. A word of encouragement here, a gentle touch there, a moment of eye contact that says, "I see you. You matter. You're worthy of love and attention and hope." It's beautiful and terrifying. "You could go to her," Ruby says quietly, joining me at the window. "Stop watching from the shadows and be part of what she's building." I'm not. I start to say I'm not good enough, not worthy, not the kind of man who gets to stand in that light. But the words taste like ash, because I remember how she looked at me last night, like I was exactly what she'd been waiting for. "You're scared," Ruby continues, reading my silence accurately. "Scared to hope, scared to try, scared to believe you might actually deserve happiness. Hope gets you killed in places like this." "Maybe, but what's the alternative? Drinking yourself to death in a corner booth, watching life happen to other people?" She turns to face me fully, dark eyes serious. "That missionary lady sees something in you, boy. Something worth saving. Maybe it's time you trusted her judgment." As full darkness settles over Dust's End, I remain at the window, watching her lead evening prayers by torchlight. Her voice carries across the grove, words about love conquering darkness and broken things being made whole. Pretty words that should sound naive. But when she says them, they sound like promises. I think about the way she touched me last night, gentle and sure and completely without judgment. The way she whispered prayers that sounded like love songs. The way she made me feel, for just a few hours, like I might actually be worth the air I breathe. And I realize Ruby's right. I am falling for her, this impossible woman who creates hope where there should be despair, who finds worth in the worthless, who looks at a broken-down drunk and sees something that might be salvageable. The thought should terrify me. Does terrify me. Because falling for someone means caring about their fate, and caring means vulnerability, and vulnerability is the fastest way to get your heart carved out and fed to the wolves. But as I watch her move through her congregation, spreading light like she was born to it, I find I don't care about the danger. I think I realize, but I am not too sure. I want something more than oblivion. I want to be worthy of the faith she's placed in me. I want to be the kind of man who deserves to stand beside her in whatever she's building here. I want to believe that broken things really can be made whole. The prayer service ends, and people begin dispersing to their homes, faces bright with the kind of peace I'd forgotten existed. But she remains among the ancient stones, head bowed in what might be private prayer or simple contemplation. "Go to her," Sunshine says softly. "Stop hiding and go to her." Maybe I will. Maybe tonight's the night I stop being the coward who watches from the shadows and start being the man she seems to think I am. Maybe it's time to find out if hope really can survive in a place like Dust's End. Or maybe I'll just sit here a while longer, holding on to the feeling of being worth something, before reality reminds me why hope is dangerous and broken orcs don't get happy endings.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 14. Delia. I'm organising the distribution of winter cloaks when the screaming starts. They come from 3 directions at once. 12 men with knives and clubs, and the kind of faces that belong to people who've given up on everything except hurting others. 2 chambers, Clem leads them, his damaged skull gleaming in the grey light, broken grin wider than it should be. "Brat!" he roars, raising a wicked blade. "Time to learn what happens to missionaries who don't know their place." Brother Nathaniel steps between me and the attackers, his pale hands raised peacefully. "Please, there's no need for violence. We can—" Clem's knife takes him in the stomach, twisting upward with practiced cruelty. Blood bubbles from Nathaniel's mouth as he staggers backward, hands pressed uselessly to the wound. Around us, families scream and scatter. Children cry out for their parents. The attackers spread out, herding people like sheep, enjoying the terror they're creating. "Stay strong," I cry out, catching Nathaniel as he falls. "Verin will protect us." That's when the shadows explode. He comes through them like a force of nature unleashed, and the first attacker dies before anyone knows what's happening. No warning, no hesitation. Just an orc warrior moving with the terrible precision of someone who's remembered what he is. The man's arm separates at the shoulder, spinning through the air in a spray of arterial blood. His scream cuts off when massive hands crush his windpipe to pulp. The second attacker tries to raise his club and loses his head instead. Literally. It rolls across the muddy ground while his body takes 3 more steps before collapsing. Blood sprays across the fleeing families, hot, red, final. Some scream in terror, but others Others stand transfixed, watching divine wrath made manifest. Clem spins toward this new threat, grin dying as he sees death wearing orc features. He tries to speak, but there's no time for words. The orc's fist caves in his damaged skull, brain and bone fragments spattering the nearest standing stone. 3 more attackers rush him at once. Bad decision. He catches the first by the throat and jaw, fingers sinking into flesh until something vital tears. The man's lower jaw comes away in the orc's hand, while blood fountains from the ruin of his face. The second gets close enough to land a knife thrust, but the blade skitters off thick orc hide. The orc responds by tearing the man's arm off at the elbow, then beats him to death with his own severed limb. The third tries to run. The orc catches him by the hair, lifts him off the ground, and slams him face first into a standing stone hard enough to leave a crater in both skull and ancient rock. More blood, more screaming, more beautiful, terrible violence in service of love. The remaining attackers, 5 men who thought they were hunters, suddenly understand their prey. They break, scatter, run for their lives through the sacred grove. But there's nowhere to hide from a hunting orc who's tasted righteous blood. He runs them down like a wolf among sheep. Spine-snapping impacts. Throats opened by fingers that move like striking serpents. Limbs twisted until joints separate with wet, popping sounds. When the last body falls, a man who made it almost to the tree line before his head left his shoulders, silence returns to the grove, broken only by the orc's breathing and the gentle patter of rain mixing blood into the earth. He stands among the carnage like a monument to violence, painted red from fingertips to elbows, chest heaving with exertion, and something that looks disturbingly like joy. Pieces of Clem's brain matter decorate his knuckles. Someone's intestines are wrapped around his ankle like a grotesque garland. It's beautiful. Nathaniel, I whisper, remembering the dying man in my arms. His eyes find mine through the blood mist, clearer than they've been since I met him. Verin, he breathes, staring at the orc with something approaching awe. Verin sent him to us. Then he's gone. Whatever light lived behind his eyes extinguished forever. I should be horrified by the slaughter, should mourn the gentle man who died protecting others, should be appalled by the gore decorating our sacred space. Instead, I feel exultant. The blood of the unbelievers feeds the earth where we worship. Their violence has been answered with greater violence, their darkness consumed by righteous wrath. This is how Verin protects his faithful, not with gentle miracles, but with the sword of his chosen warrior. Around us, families emerge from hiding, faces spattered with enemy blood, eyes wide with wonder and terror and something that could be religious ecstasy. They've seen their god's power made manifest in flesh and bone and arterial spray. The orc approaches me slowly, like he's afraid I'll recoil from what he's become. Blood drips steadily from his hands, and his amber eyes hold an intensity that makes my soul sing. He starts, then stops, overwhelmed by his own transformation. Thank you, Verin, for delivering this warrior unto us. Kneel, orc warrior, before Verin himself. Kneel, I command, my voice carrying absolute authority. He doesn't understand. How could he? But drops to one knee in the blood-soaked mud, without question. The gore covering him makes him look like something from ancient legend, a hero baptized in the life force of his enemies. I place my hands on his bloodied head, feeling divine purpose flow through my fingers. By Verin's grace, by his love, by his divine will, I name you his instrument in this world. You are Verin's axe, his weapon against darkness, his protector of the faithful. He rises slowly, transformation complete. When he looks at me now, it's with the devotion of a blade that's found its wielder. Around us, people kneel in blood-stained earth, understanding they've witnessed something sacred. Not gentle mercy, but the terrible love that defends what matters most.
Chapter 15. Kilkirk. The blood hasn't even dried on my hands when I kick her door in. She's standing there in the dim candlelight, robes half open, chest heaving, eyes locked on me like she's been waiting for this exact moment. The scent of slaughter still clings to me. Iron, sweat, death. And it's made my manhood so hard it hurts, throbbing against my thigh like a second weapon. She sees the blood spattered across my chest, the gore drying on my knuckles, and her lips part in a hungry little gasp. I don't speak. I just cross the room in 2 strides, grab her by the throat, and slam her back against the thin interior wall. The whole boarding house rattles. Somewhere down the hall, a bed creaks as someone shifts, listening. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, the guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Chapter 16. Delia. The morning brings the sound I've dreamed of since arriving in Dust's End, the entire town singing hymns to Verin. Every voice raised in praise, every heart open to his love, every soul committed to our cause. The grove overflows with faithful, spilling out among the trees, faces bright with the kind of joy that comes from witnessing divine power made manifest. Blessed be Verin's light, I call out, and the response thunders back from hundreds of throats. Blessed be his love. Mrs. Henley leads a choir of boarding house women, their weathered voices harmonising beautifully. Hanson stands with every craftsman in town, tools abandoned for hymnals. Even the children sing, their pure voices rising above the adult chorus like angels welcoming the dawn. This is what victory looks like. Complete, total, absolute conversion. Brother Gyro approaches with his clipboard, but today it's not logistics, it's celebration. Sister Delia, we have volunteers for everything. Food preparation, message running, defence coordination. Everyone wants to serve. Verin has opened their hearts, I reply, watching families who were strangers yesterday, sharing bread and laughter today. Yesterday's trials have borne fruit. Sister Mary nods toward the crowd. Even the dark elf outcasts are fully committed now. They've seen what Verin can do through his chosen instrument. His chosen instrument. My warrior, my protector, my beautiful weapon stands at the edge of the gathering, still carrying the aura of yesterday's righteous violence. When people look at him now, they see not the broken drunk but Verin's axe, divine wrath made flesh. The service continues with Copper Eye demonstrating Verin's healing power. More people than ever seek her touch, and she moves through them with growing confidence. But I notice something in her expression, a troubling uncertainty that doesn't match the moment's triumph. After the morning prayers, I walk through our transformed community, marvelling at what Verin has accomplished. People who've never shown kindness offering help freely, former enemies working side by side, children playing instead of cowering. But as I make my rounds, I notice something that dampens my joy. The working girls from Sweetie Haven attended the service, but their participation felt perfunctory, polite but not passionate, present in body but perhaps not in spirit. Sister Copper Eye, I say, finding her tending to an elderly woman's arthritis. I want you to accompany me on a visit this afternoon. Where are we going, Sister Delia? To complete Verin's work. There are still souls in this town who haven't fully opened their hearts to his love. We arrive at Sweetie Haven as the afternoon light filters through the establishment's red-curtained windows. The building hums with activity, though it's quieter than usual. Many of their regular customers are at the Grove, helping with community work. Helga emerges from behind the bar, her massive frame elegant despite her size. Sister Delia, to what do we owe this honour? We're visiting our neighbours, I say warmly, though I can already sense this won't be the easy conversion I anticipated. Making sure everyone in our community feels welcome in Verin's embrace. How thoughtful. Helga's smile is polite but doesn't reach her eyes. Can I offer you some refreshment? We've got excellent tea. Ruby appears from the back room, followed by several of the other girls. They're respectful, but there's something in their manner, a careful distance that troubles me. These women attended this morning's service, but they observed rather than participated. I wanted to speak with all of you about Verin's message, I continue, settling into the offered chair, about the joy and purpose that comes from truly accepting his love. We appreciate what you're doing, Ruby says carefully. Really, you've given people hope when they didn't have any. But you haven't accepted that hope yourselves, I observe. I can see it. You're kind, you're supportive, but you're holding back. Why? The working girls exchange glances. Helga's expression remains diplomatically neutral, but I sense steel underneath. Sister Delia, Helga says slowly, my girls and I have learned to be careful about putting our faith in things we can't control. We support what you're building because it helps people, but we've got our own ways of surviving. Survival isn't enough, I press. Verin offers more than mere existence. He offers purpose, community, eternal love. Does he now? This from Sunshine, the pale Perna who curls up with my warrior. She's been quiet until now, but something in her tone makes me pay attention. And what does he ask in return for all this love? Nothing but faith, nothing but opening your heart to his grace. Sunshine's green eyes find Copper Eye, who's been standing quietly beside me. What about you, honey? What has this faith cost you? Copper Eye shifts uncomfortably. I don't understand. Sure you do. Sunshine steps closer, and I see something pass between them. Recognition, perhaps. You're the one doing all the healing, aren't you? The miracles everyone talks about? Verin works through me, Copper Eye says, but her voice lacks conviction. Does he? Sunshine tilts her head, studying Copper Eye with unnerving intensity. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're doing all the work yourself. That's not... Copper Eye starts, then stops, confusion clouding her features. I step between them, protective instincts flaring. Sister Copper Eye is blessed with Verin's gift. Her healing comes from divine grace. If you say so. Sunshine doesn't look away from Copper Eye. But honey, if I were you, I'd be asking where that power really comes from. Because gods don't usually hand out gifts without strings attached. Sunshine, Helga warns quietly. I'm just saying, Sunshine continues. Maybe she should understand what she's really channeling before she burns herself out trying to heal the world. The words hit like physical blows. Copper Eye's face has gone pale, and I can see doubt creeping into her eyes. Doubt I've worked so hard to dispel. We should go, I say firmly, rising from my chair. Thank you for your time. Sister Delia, Ruby says as we reach the door, we're not your enemies. We want this town to survive, want people to be happy, but we've got our own beliefs about how the world works. And what beliefs are those? Ruby's smile is knowing but not unkind. That people save themselves. Gods just give them an excuse to try. The walk back to our lodgings is quiet, but I can feel Copper Eye's turmoil radiating like heat. The seeds of doubt that Sunshine planted are taking root, and I need to address them before they grow. Sister Copper Eye, I say once we're alone, don't let their skepticism shake your faith. You know where your gift comes from. Do I? She stops walking, turning to face me with troubled eyes. Sister Delia, when I heal people, it doesn't feel like something flowing through me from outside. It feels like something I'm doing myself. That's because you've become such a pure vessel for Veren's grace. The distinction between his power and your faith has blurred. She wants to accept that explanation. I can see it in her face. But Sunshine's words have lodged like splinters, and they're working their way deeper. What if she's right? Copper Eye whispers. What if it's not Veren at all? Then how do you explain the miracles, the healing, the fact that you can do things no ordinary person can do? I don't know, she admits. But maybe there are other explanations. The doubt in her voice cuts through me like a blade. My star miracle worker, the proof of Veren's power that's convinced so many people, is questioning the very foundation of our faith. Veren, how do I help her see the truth? Truth has many faces, child. Let her find her own path to understanding. His answer frustrates me, but I trust in his wisdom. Copper Eye's crisis of faith is just another test, another opportunity for Veren to demonstrate his power. As evening approaches and we prepare for night prayers, I watch our transformed community with mixed emotions. The triumph of total conversion is real. The town belongs to Veren now, heart and soul. But the conversation at Sweetie Haven has planted seeds of uncertainty that I'll need to address carefully. Copper Eye performs her healing work during evening service, but I detect the questions in her eyes with each miraculous touch. Sunshine watches from the edge of the crowd, her presence a reminder that not everyone in Dust's End has accepted our truth. But truth isn't determined by universal acceptance. Truth stands on its own foundation, proven by results rather than consensus. And the results speak for themselves. A town transformed, a community united, a protector consecrated, a people ready to stand against whatever darkness approaches. Tomorrow, we'll continue building Veren's kingdom here in the wilderness. We'll address doubts as they arise and strengthen faith through demonstration rather than argument. But tonight, surrounded by hundreds of voices raised in praise, I hold on to the certainty that we're exactly where Veren intended us to be, even if not everyone can see it yet.
Chapter 17. Kilkirk. I wake up before dawn in a real bed, and for a moment I can't remember where I am. Clean sheets, a window that keeps the rain out, walls that don't smell like despair. Everything a man should want, and somehow it makes me miss the stables. The transformation is real. I can feel it in my bones, in the way people look at me now. Veren's axe, the town's protector, the missionary woman's consecrated warrior. Tomorrow, when Cazador arrives, all these expectant faces will turn to me. All these lives will rest on my shoulders. But in the quiet moments before the world wakes up, I find myself remembering what it felt like to be nobody. To have no one depending on me for anything except the entertainment value of watching a clan warrior drink himself to death. There was a dark comfort in that hopelessness, a kind of honesty in the despair. I dress quietly and slip out before anyone else stirs. The town is different now. Even the mud seems touched by divine purpose. People who used to skulk through shadows now walk with their heads up, humming hymns under their breath. Children play instead of hiding. It should feel good. It does feel good, mostly. But there's something underneath. A grief I can't name for the place this used to be. Mrs. Henley tends her garden while singing about Veren's love. Hansen repairs his shop with the eager help of neighbors who would have stolen from him last week. Diego Cortez, thief and pickpocket, organizes food distribution like he's running a charity. The change is real, complete, and tomorrow it all gets tested against Cazador's blades. "Hold it higher!" I roar, slapping the wooden shaft of the spear with the flat of my axe. Hansen flinches, nearly dropping the weapon. The carpenter looks terrified, sweat streaking the sawdust on his face. He's holding the sharpened stake like it's a venomous snake that might bite him. "It's a spear, Hansen, not a bouquet of flowers," I growl, pacing the line of shivering shopkeepers. "If you hold it loose, the impact of a charging horse will drive the butt of it right into your gut and rupture your spleen. You hold it tight, you brace it against the ground, and you let the horse do the work." I look down the line. 12 men, 3 women, the militia of Dust's End. They are pathetic. Mrs. Henley is holding a cleaver. Lucky Frank has a hammer. They are shivering in the pale morning sun, eyes darting toward the southern road where death is marching toward them. Delia stands on the porch of the mission, leading a group in prayer. "Blessed be the shield, blessed be the light." Her words float over us, beautiful and useless. Prayers don't stop plate armor. Physics does. "Listen to me," I bark, stepping in front of them. They jump. Good. Fear keeps you awake. Cazador's men are professionals. They expect you to run. They expect you to scream. I walk down the line, meeting each terrified gaze. They do not expect you to hurt them. That is your only advantage. I grab Mrs. Henley's cleaver hand, adjusting her grip until her knuckles turn white. "Don't swing for the head," I tell her quietly. They wear helmets. Swing for the horse's legs. Swing for the groin. Swing for the armpit when they raise their swords. She nods, tears leaking from her eyes. Is that what Varen wants? For us to maim them? "Varen wants you alive," I lie. "I want you alive. And the only way that happens is if you forget about being good people for the next 24 hours. I step back, hefting my axe. When they hit that barricade, it's going to be loud. It's going to smell like blood and stuff. You will want to close your eyes. I slam the axe into the dirt. If you close your eyes, you die. If you run, you die. You stand. You brace. You thrust. Do you understand?" "Yes, Kilkirk," they murmur, a ragged chorus of sheep trying to learn how to bite. I look up at the porch. Delia is watching me, her expression unreadable. She blesses souls. I train killers. I just hope one of us is doing enough to save them. I find myself at the old stables, drawn by memory and familiar shadows. The hayloft where I used to pass out is empty now, abandoned for proper lodgings and proper purposes. Even my refuge has been transformed. I've missed you, Daddy Bear. Sunshine emerges from the morning mist like a ghost of better times. Still pale, still fragile, still the only person in Dust's End who treats me exactly the same as she always has. "What are you doing here?" "Looking for you." She settles beside me on an overturned crate, small and warm and comfortingly familiar. "You've been avoiding Sweetie Haven." "Been busy. New responsibilities." Her voice carries a sadness I recognize. "Varen's axe is very important. Too important for broken Perna who just want to curl up with their daddy bear." Through the stable doorway, I watch the morning transformation of Dust's End. People emerging from their homes with purpose instead of resignation. Families sharing breakfast in the street, voices raised in casual prayer. Everyone preparing for a battle they think they can win because their God has given them a champion. Me, a drunk who gave up searching for his brothers after 3 days. "Look at them," I say, nodding toward the activity. "They believe in something now. Really believe." They do. Sunshine follows my gaze. Is that good or bad? Don't know. Yesterday they were honest about being broken. Today they think they're chosen by a god for greatness. I watch a group of misfits finding hope. What happens when Cazador shows them they're still just misfits? Maybe they fight harder because they believe they're more. Maybe they die harder because they forgot they're misfits. We sit in silence, watching the community mobilize around faith I'm not sure is real and hope I'm not sure is justified. Tomorrow, all this transformation gets tested. Tomorrow, these singing, praying, hope-filled people look to me to save them from professional killers. "Are you scared?" Sunshine asks quietly. Terrified. The admission surprises me with its honesty. Not of dying, of letting them down, of proving that drunk in the ditch was the real me, and this warrior thing is just pretense. What if it's the other way around? What if the warrior was always real and the drunk was just resting? I want to believe that. But I remember the shipwreck, the days of searching, the moment I chose the bottle over hope. That felt real too. More real than divine consecration and bloody titles. I miss it, I admit. The old place, the old me sometimes. It was wrong, Sunshine says, leaning against my shoulder. But it was wrong in a way that made sense. For us. She's right. There was strange peace in accepting worthlessness and having no expectations to disappoint. The pressure to be worthy of divine purpose, to live up to the faith these people have placed in me. It's heavier than any guilt I carried before. In the distance, morning prayers begin at the grove. Hundreds of voices raised in harmony, singing about love conquering darkness and broken things being made whole. Beautiful words that will be tested tomorrow when darkness shows up with swords and fire. Do you think they can do it? Sunshine asks. Actually fight? Actually win? Some will, some won't. Some will run when they see what real violence looks like. I think about Cazador's reputation, about professional killers facing shopkeepers with kitchen knives and faith. But they'll try. That's more than they would have done a week ago. Because of her, your missionary lady. Because of what she made them believe about themselves. I watch families preparing for war like they're organizing a festival. Whether that's salvation or delusion, we'll find out tomorrow. We sit in comfortable silence, listening to distant hymns and the sounds of a community that's forgotten how to be afraid. The transformation continues around us, irreversible and mostly good, but tinged with the melancholy of things that can never be recovered. And underneath it all, the weight of tomorrow pressing down like storm clouds. 50 professional raiders against converted shopkeepers and a drunk orc who's pretending to be a divine weapon. Either Varen is real and we're all part of some grand plan, or we're about to watch hope die in the mud along with everyone who believed in it. I met someone, Sunshine says suddenly, something shy in her voice. I think she likes me too. I think of hazel eyes and stubborn faith, and the way the missionary woman says my name like a prayer. The way she looks at me like I'm worth saving, like I'm capable of being the protector she needs me to be. Me too, I reply.
Chapter 18. Delia. I walk the perimeter of our defences, checking the barricades Brother Gyro organised, nodding to the sentries who grip their spears with white-knuckled desperation. They look at me with eyes wide and round as saucers, seeking reassurance, seeking a promise that tomorrow won't be the end of everything they know. Varen watches, I tell them, touching a shoulder here, a hand there. His shield is over us. They nod, but their eyes keep darting toward the southern road, toward the darkness where Cazador's wolves are gathering. I can feel the fragility of it. The faith I've built here is a spiderweb, beautiful, intricate, but trembling in the wind. It needs an anchor. It needs iron. That is why I consecrated the orc. That is why I let him train them to kill today. I find myself near the old mill at the western edge of town. It's quiet here, away from the main thoroughfare. Too quiet. A sound scratches against the silence, the creak of a dry axle. I stop, melting into the shadows of a collapsed storehouse. A cart rolls out of the darkness, pushed by hand to keep it quiet. Thomas the baker is pushing. His wife Martha walks beside him, carrying their youngest child wrapped in a heavy blanket. Behind them, the Cooper Cowell and his family follow, loaded down with packs. They are leaving. The betrayal hits me harder than a physical blow. Thomas, who wept when I healed his neighbour. Martha, who sang hymns with tears streaming down her face just this morning. They are taking the hope I gave them and using it to fuel their cowardice. I step out of the shadows. Going somewhere, Thomas? They freeze. Martha gasps, clutching the baby tighter. Thomas looks at me, his face pale in the moonlight, guilt warring with terror. "Sister Delia," he stammers, we were just stealing away in the night." I keep my voice soft, but I let the disappointment bleed into it. "Abandoning your neighbours, abandoning the God who healed your community." "We can't do it, sister," Martha whispers. "We saw the orc today, saw him teaching us how to bleed horses. That's not a miracle, that's a slaughter." "It is survival," I say, stepping closer. "It is the courage to stand for something." "It's suicide," Cowell snaps from behind them. "Cazador has 50 men. You have shopkeepers and a drunk orc. We're not staying to watch our children die for your pride." "My pride?" Anger flares in my chest, hot and righteous. "I am trying to save your souls from a life of fear. If you run now, you run forever. You teach your children that the darkness is stronger than the light." "Better they learn to run than learn to die," Thomas says. He grips the cart handle. "We're leaving, sister. Please, don't stop us." I look at them. 3 families, perhaps 15 people. If I let them go, the rot will spread. Others will see the empty houses in the morning. Fear will cascade through the ranks. The line will break before Cazador even arrives. I cannot let them go, for their sake and for the sake of everyone else. But they are already moving past me, eyes averted, shame making them walk faster. I cannot stop them physically. I am a vessel of Verin's will, not a warrior. I cannot force them back to safety with my own hands. But I know someone who can. I turn and walk swiftly back toward the centre of town. My heart pounds against my ribs, not with fear, but with terrible necessity. A shepherd does not ask the sheep if they want to be saved from the cliff. She drags them back by the wool, and if they bite, she uses the staff. I find Brother Gyro near the mission steps. He is checking supplies, his massive minotaur silhouette hunched over a crate. "Gyro," I say, my voice clipped and cold. He straightens. "Sister?" "The baker and the cooper. They are fleeing. They are at the West Road." Gyro sighs, a heavy, mournful sound. "They are frightened." "They are deserters," I correct him, "and they are endangering us all. If they break the line, the whole town falls." I look toward the boarding house, where I know my warrior is waiting. "Fetch him," I command. Gyro hesitates. "Kilkirk?" "Fetch the axe," I say. "Tell him I require him immediately. Tell him there is a hole in the defences that needs to be plugged." "Sister, he is a warrior, not a jailer." "He is what I made him," I snap. "He is the instrument of Verin's will, and right now, Verin wills that this community remains intact." I point toward the boarding house. "Go, before they reach the open road." Hyro nods slowly, seeing the iron in my eyes. He turns and breaks into a run, his hooves thudding against the packed earth. I watch him go, then turn back toward the West Road. I will save them. I will save them all, even if I have to break their legs to keep them here. Because I know what waits in the darkness beyond our borders, and I love them too much to let them find it.
Chapter 19. Kilkirk. I'm sitting on the boarding house steps, watching the last night before everything changes, when Brother Gyro comes running through the darkness like the world is ending. Which, come to think of it, it probably is. "Kilkirk!" The massive minotaur is breathing hard, his usual calm completely shattered. "Sister Delia requires you. Immediately." "What's wrong?" "They're leaving." His voice carries panic I've never heard from him before. "Families. Thomas and Martha, the Cooper Cowell, old Henrik. They're trying to flee in the night." I stand slowly, the pieces falling into place. Tonight is the last chance. Tomorrow, Cazador arrives with his professional killers. Smart families with children would choose this moment to run. Where? Town's edge, near the old mill. Sister Delia is... She's very upset. Of course she is. Her perfect community, her divine plan, falling apart on the eve of its greatest test. People choosing survival over faith when faith is supposed to conquer all. I followed Gyro through the empty streets, our footsteps echoing off sleeping houses. The town looks peaceful in the darkness, unaware that some of its members are abandoning ship before the storm hits. We find her at the edge of town, standing like an avenging angel in the moonlight. 4 families with loaded carts, children clutching parents' hands, everyone trying to slip away into the darkness before dawn brings judgment. And Delia, blocking their path with nothing but righteous fury and absolute certainty. "Thomas," she's saying as we approach, her voice carrying the kind of disappointment that cuts deeper than anger. "Take your family home. This fear is temporary. Tomorrow, Varen will provide." "Sister Delia," Martha says, clutching her youngest child like a shield. "We appreciate everything you've done, but we won't watch our children die for someone else's God." "Someone else's God?" Delia's voice goes dangerously quiet. "Varen brought you here for this moment. All of you. To abandon that purpose now is worse than cowardice. It's betrayal." She sees me approaching and turns, relief flooding her features. "Kill Kirk. Tell them. Tell them what happens to those who abandon Varen when he needs them most." The command is clear. She expects me to use my authority, my status as Varen's axe, to keep these people here, to force them to stay and die for her divine vision. The families turn to look at me, mothers clutching children, fathers trying to appear brave while their eyes plead for understanding. These aren't cowards or traitors. These are people who've done the math and realize their children's lives matter more than divine certainty. The silence stretches like a held breath. Thomas watches me with desperate hope. His children peek out from behind their mother's skirts. 3 other families wait for judgment from the consecrated warrior who could order them to stay or give them permission to leave. "Go," I say quietly. "All of you. Get your families out of here while you still can." The relief on their faces is immediate and heartbreaking. They start moving again, faster now, urgent with the knowledge that dawn will bring no more chances for escape. Delia watches them disappear into the darkness with an expression I've never seen before. Not anger, not sadness, but something colder, more final. "You disappoint me, Kilkirk." The words hit harder than any blow. Personal, cutting, designed to wound. "They have children. We all have something to protect, something worth dying for." She turns to face me fully, and the warmth that used to live in her eyes has been replaced by Arctic certainty. "I thought you understood what it meant to be Varen's instrument. I understand that forcing people to stay and die isn't what gods do. It's what tyrants do. Is that what you think I am? A tyrant? I think you're so convinced of your righteousness that you can't see the difference anymore." The resulting silence is profound. Brother Jero shifts uncomfortably, caught between his loyalty to Delia and his obvious sympathy for the fleeing families. Around us, the town sleeps on, hours away from its greatest test. "Not only do you disappoint Varen," she says finally, voice carrying the kind of quiet fury that's more dangerous than screaming, "but more so me." Then she turns and walks away, leaving me standing in the empty road with the weight of her judgment and the approaching dawn. The hours that follow pass in cold isolation. Unable to sleep, unable to face her disappointment, I find myself walking the empty streets as night gives way to gray pre-dawn light. Tomorrow has become today. The deadline is here. The bottle calls to me like an old friend offering comfort before the end. The Red Scorpion is closed, but Grit lives upstairs and opens for desperate customers. He pours without being asked, recognizing the look of a man who needs to forget something important before facing something worse. The ale burns going down, familiar and punishing and exactly what I deserve. I drink steadily, methodically, with the focused determination of someone trying to numb the sharp edges of disappointment and loss before battle. By the time I stumble out into the pre-dawn darkness, I'm properly drunk for the very first time in weeks. The world tilts sideways, my feet remember how to betray me, and the pain in my chest has been replaced by the blessed emptiness of alcohol-induced numbness. Sweetie Haven feels like sanctuary. The red lights, the warm laughter, the honest commerce that doesn't pretend to offer salvation. At least here, no one expects me to be divine. I climb the stairs by memory and instinct, muscle memory guiding me toward Sunshine's room and the simple comfort of curling up with someone who cares about me without conditions. One last moment of peace before the killing starts. The door is unlocked as always. I push it open, expecting to find my pale Perna friend reading or waiting or preparing for what might be our last night alive. Instead, I find her in bed with Copper Eye. They're tangled together under thin sheets, two lost souls finding comfort in each other's arms on the eve of battle. They startle awake at my entrance, eyes wide with shock and embarrassment, caught in intimacy, vulnerable and exposed. I smile. They see something in my expression, acceptance, maybe even approval, and their shock melts into tentative smiles in return. I close the door gently and make my way to the landing where I settle onto the floor with my back against the wall. Kinda miss the floor, I think to myself, and somehow that makes me laugh. But something stops me laying my sorry butt down. I need to have this out with her right here and now. So I thump down the stairs and out into the dark, cold streets of Dust's End. But something catches my eye. Fire in the night sky not far out of town. I stop as the sounds carry toward me across the wind, and I bow my head when I realize it is the sound of children screaming.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 20. Delia. I sit alone in my room, hands clenched so tight my nails draw blood from my palms. They're going to die. All of them. The children, the mothers, the fathers who thought they were so clever slipping away in the darkness. Walking straight into the trap I tried to save them from. Verin, why couldn't he see? Why couldn't he understand? Some lessons require blood, child. Even his. The certainty burns in my chest like acid. I know what's out there in the darkness beyond town. Cazador's advanced scouts, waiting for exactly this kind of opportunity. Families fleeing in panic, undefended, easy prey for professional killers who enjoy their work. I tried to stop it, tried to keep them safe within our community, within Verin's protection. But he interfered. My own consecrated warrior, my divine instrument, choosing his outdated moral code over divine wisdom. They have children, he said, like I couldn't see that. Like I wasn't trying to save those very children from the slaughter he just delivered them to. The weight of leadership sits heavy on my shoulders. To see the bigger picture, to make the hard choices that others call cruelty, but which serve a greater good. I thought he understood that. I thought when I named him Verin's axe, when I blessed him with purpose, he would trust my judgment even when he couldn't see the reason. I was wrong. A soft knock interrupts my prayer. I don't answer, don't trust my voice not to crack with the grief and rage warring in my chest. The door opens anyway. Delia, His voice is broken, hollow, carrying the weight of something terrible. I don't turn around, don't look at him standing in my doorway like a penitent seeking absolution. You were right. 3 words that confirm my worst fears. I close my eyes, feeling the familiar ache of prophecy fulfilled, of warnings unheeded until too late. They're all dead. His voice cracks on the words. I heard a scream cut short, then silence. Not the roar of an army, but the work of a perimeter guard. Cazador's scouts are already out there, watching the exits. They didn't attack the town, they just closed the cage. The sound I knew would come. The price of his defiance, paid in innocent blood. I turn slowly, taking in his appearance. Drunk, yes, but not enough to dull the horror in his amber eyes. His hands shake with more than alcohol withdrawal. They shake with the knowledge of what his moral stand has cost. I tried to save them, I say quietly, surprised by how steady my voice sounds. I knew what would happen if they left our protection. Verin showed me. I thought you were being controlling, tyrannical. I stand, moving to the window where distant flames flicker against the night sky. I thought so too for a moment, questioned whether my certainty came from divine wisdom or human pride. And now? Now I know the difference between mercy that serves love and mercy that serves only our own comfort. I watch the fires burn, each one marking where a family tried to run and found only death. You gave them permission to die, Kilkirk. You chose their momentary gratitude over their lives. The words hit him like physical blows. He staggers, catching himself against the doorframe. I didn't know. No, you didn't. I turn to face him fully, seeing the broken warrior who thought his old moral code could navigate this new world. But I did. That's why Verin speaks to me, why he gave me the burden of seeing what others can't. And when I tried to use that knowledge to protect them, you stopped me. I'm sorry. The words come out raw, desperate. God, Delia, I'm so sorry. I thought I was doing right, thought I was. You thought you knew better than divine wisdom, thought your feelings about freedom and choice mattered more than their survival. He drops to his knees in my doorway, and I see the exact moment when his old understanding of morality crumbles completely, when he realizes that good intentions mean nothing if they lead to dead children. How do I? He can't finish the question, but I know what he's asking. How does he live with this? How does he serve love when love sometimes looks like cruelty to those who can't see the full picture? You trust me, I say simply. Completely, without reservation. When I give you guidance, you follow it even when you don't understand why, especially then. Yes. When I see danger that others can't see, you help me protect them even if they hate us for it. Yes. When Verin's will conflicts with what feels kind or merciful or just, you remember those screaming children and choose divine wisdom over human sentiment. Yes. His voice breaks on the word, but the commitment underneath is absolute. I should never have questioned you. You see things I can't, know things I don't. I failed them, failed you, failed him. I approach slowly, this broken warrior learning the hardest lesson leadership has to teach. That sometimes protecting people means denying them choices. That sometimes love looks like tyranny to those who don't understand the consequences. You failed them, I agree, and he flinches like I've struck him. But failure can teach wisdom if we let it. The question is, will you let it? Tell me what you need, he says, looking up at me with desperate sincerity. Tell me how to serve. I won't hesitate again, won't question again. I swear it. I place my hands on his head, feeling the tremor that runs through him at my touch. This time, when I speak, it's not as the missionary offering comfort, but as the prophet laying down the law. You are Verin's axe, I remind him. His weapon, his instrument, his will made manifest in this world. Not a thinking weapon that chooses its targets, but one that strikes where directed without hesitation or doubt. I understand. Do you? Because tomorrow, when Cazador arrives, I may ask you to do things that feel wrong, may ask you to kill people who seem innocent or protect people who seem guilty. Will you trust my judgment then? Yes. Even if it means more children die? Especially then. The answer comes without hesitation, born from the horror still echoing in his ears. Because I've seen what happens when I trust my own judgment instead of yours. I help him to his feet, this weapon that has finally learned to trust its wielder completely. The warmth returns to my voice, the gentleness that comes after hard lessons have been absorbed. The families that stayed, they'll live through tomorrow because they trusted divine wisdom over human fear. The ones that left trusted their own understanding and found only death. And I helped them choose death. Yes, but now you know the cost of defiance. Now you understand why Verin requires absolute faith, absolute obedience. Not because he's cruel, but because the alternatives are worse. He nods, the understanding finally complete. My warrior, my protector, my beautiful weapon has learned the hardest lesson leadership has to teach. Sometimes love requires us to deny the mercy our hearts demand. Come to bed, I say gently. Tomorrow will test us all. Tonight, rest in the knowledge that Verin has forgiven your failure and expects only absolute trust going forward. He follows me without question, without hesitation, without the moral uncertainty that cost innocent lives. Tomorrow, when the real test comes, I'll have a weapon that strikes without doubt or delay. Even if that means striking down those who seem to deserve mercy, especially then.
Chapter 21. Kill Kirk. The door closes behind us with a soft click, but the air in the room is already thick with something heavier than grief. She turns to me, eyes burning, not with anger now, but with absolute ownership. I feel it in my bones. The shift. After tonight's blood and failure, I'm no longer the one who decides. I am hers. Completely. Strip, she says, voice low and steady, like a command from the gods themselves. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Good toy, she whispers against my lips. You're learning. I lie beneath her, spent, marked, utterly owned. And for the first time since the screams in the darkness, I feel something like peace. Because I know exactly where I belong now. At her feet. Hers to command. Hers to break. Hers to rebuild.
Chapter 22. Delia. The dawn of our final day brings the largest congregation Dust's End has ever seen. Every soul in town fills the sacred grove, voices raised in harmony that echoes off the ancient standing stones. Families who fled in terror just days ago now stand shoulder to shoulder with former enemies, united by faith and the approaching storm. Blessed be Verin's light, I call out, and the response thunders back from hundreds of throats. Blessed be his love. Brother Gyro leads the morning prayers with quiet dignity, his massive frame radiating calm, despite what we all know is coming. Sister Mary organises the hymns, while Brother Ezekiel coordinates the final preparations. Even Sister Ash has put aside her usual gruffness to comfort the children. But as I scan the crowd, I notice the absence that's been troubling me for days. The working girls from Sweetie Haven stand at the edges of our gathering, present but not participating, respectful but not committed. Helga watches from the Grove's entrance, arms crossed, her expression unreadable. She's brought her girls to the service, but something in their posture tells me they're here as observers, not believers. The last holdouts, the final test of my mission. After the service ends and people disperse to their preparations, I approach Copper Eye. Sister, I want you to accompany me on one final visit. Where are we going? To complete Verin's work. Every soul in Dust's End must be united when the killing starts. We find Helga in Sweetie Haven's main room, directing her girls in what looks like their own version of battle preparations. Ruby oils a wicked-looking knife. Sunshine helps the younger girls pack small bags. Escape routes, I realise. Sister Delia. Helga's greeting is cordial but guarded. Come to offer last rites. Come to offer last chances. I settle into the chair she indicates, but my tone remains serious. Your girls need Verin's protection today, Helga. They all do. My girls have survived without gods before. They'll survive this too. Will they? I gesture toward the weapons, the packed bags, the obvious signs of fear poorly hidden. Cazador's raiders don't distinguish between believers and non-believers when they're having their fun. They'll take your girls for sport, Helga. You know what that means. The room goes quiet. Even Ruby stops her knife sharpening to listen. We've got bolt holes, Helga says, but there's less certainty in her voice. Hiding places, we can wait it out. For how long? Until they burn the building down around you? Until they smoke you out like rats? I lean forward, abandoning the gentle missionary tone for hard truth. I'm not here to preach love and salvation, Helga. I'm here to talk survival. Keep talking. When the killing starts, who protects those too weak to protect themselves? Who stands between the monsters and the innocent? I let my eyes travel over the young faces watching our conversation. You? Ruby? Against 50 professional killers? Silence stretches through the room. Sunshine moves closer to Copper Eye, seeking comfort from someone closer to her own age. Your God got our last missionary killed, Helga says quietly. Brother Nathaniel died believing in divine protection. Brother Nathaniel died protecting others, just like my warrior will today. Just like every person in this room will, if they stand with us instead of hiding alone. And if we join your army of shopkeepers and farmers, what then? Then you have Verin's axe between you and the wolves. You have a community that fights together instead of dying alone. You have something worth more than gold or flesh. You have people who'll stand for you when the darkness comes. Helga's expression shifts, calculation replacing defiance. What are you really offering? Unity, protection, the kind of strength that comes from standing together instead of falling apart. I stand, moving among her girls like a general inspecting troops. I'm not asking you to abandon who you are. I'm asking you to be who you are as part of something bigger. And after, if we survive this, after you choose your own path, stay, leave, whatever serves you best. But today you have the strength of the whole community behind you. Ruby speaks up, her voice thoughtful. It's not really about the God, is it? It's about the people. The God works through people, I reply carefully, and people are stronger when they work together. Helga looks around the room, taking in the faces of young women who've trusted her judgment for years. What would joining actually mean? It means when Cazador's men come for this building, they find it defended by the whole town, not just whatever you can manage alone. It means my warrior knows to protect this place like he protects the grove. Your orc, Helga's tone is speculative. He's the real reason people follow you, isn't he? The question catches me off guard, touching something I'm not ready to examine. He serves Verin's will. Maybe, but I've seen how he looks at you. That's not divine devotion, honey. That's something much more human. Heat rises in my cheeks, but I force myself to focus. Does it matter? What matters is that he'll fight for everyone in this community, including your girls. Helga considers this, then nods slowly. All right, we'll stand with your people, but not because of your god, because you make sense, because hiding alone gets us all killed, and fighting together gives us a chance. Relief floods through me. That's all Verin asks, unity in purpose. Don't push it, Helga warns, but she's smiling. Ruby, go tell the others, we're joining the holy war. As word spreads through Sweetie Haven, I feel the final piece of Verin's plan clicking into place. Complete unity. Every soul in Dust's End committed to standing together. We're ready. Thank you, Verin, for showing me the way to reach them. You needed no guidance, child. You saw what needed to be done. Outside, the morning light reveals dust clouds on the horizon. Cazador's forces, approaching with professional precision and absolute confidence. They expect to find a broken town full of desperate people with nothing to live for. Instead, they'll find a united community with everything to fight for. Copper Eye touches my arm gently. Sister Delia, was that entirely truthful? What you told them about choice and freedom after today? I think about the nature of this place, about people finding what they need before moving on to whatever comes next. It was true enough for now. Sometimes truth has to be measured in lives saved rather than perfect honesty. And Helga was right? About your warrior? The question I've been avoiding since yesterday's confrontation. Is Kilkirk my divine instrument? Or is he something more complicated? Something that might matter more than divine purpose? I don't know, I admit. But I know he'll fight for these people. That's enough for today. As we walk back toward the grove where final preparations continue, I hold on to that certainty. Whatever Kilkirk is, divine weapon or devoted man, he'll stand between our people and the darkness approaching. That's enough. It has to be enough. Because in a few hours we'll discover whether faith and unity can stand against steel and professional violence. Whether love is stronger than the kind of evil that enjoys inflicting pain. Whether Verin's plan, or my own desperate hope, is enough to save the souls who've trusted me with their lives.
Chapter 23. Kilkirk. I'm checking the sharpness of my blade for the third time when Sunshine appears at my elbow like a nervous ghost. Daddy Bear, we need to talk. Her voice carries the kind of tension that cuts through even the pre-battle focus that settled over me like armor. I look up from my weapons to find her pale face tight with worry that has very little to do with approaching raiders. What's wrong? Not here. She glances around at the other defenders preparing for war. Somewhere private. Please. I follow her through the back streets to the old stables where I used to drink myself senseless. The place feels smaller now, less important, like visiting a shrine to someone I used to be. Sunshine settles on the same overturned crate where we sat just days ago, but everything else has changed. I need to tell you something about Copper Eye, she says without preamble. About her magic. The words confirm what I've suspected for weeks, but haven't wanted to examine too closely. Go on. It doesn't come from your god. Sunshine's voice is barely above a whisper, like she's confessing heresy that could get her burned. Her healing, her power, it's not Verin working through her. I know. She stares at me, mouth slightly open. You know? She's Purna, isn't she? Like you. I lean back against the stable wall, surprised by how easily the truth sits in my mouth. The power comes from inside her, not from any external divine source. How long have you known? Suspected for weeks. Been certain since yesterday watching her work. The strain it puts on her. The way she looks confused when people thank Varen for what she's done. I study Sunshine's worried face. Question is, does it matter? Doesn't it? Everyone believes she's proof of Varen's power. They're about to die fighting for a god who might not even exist, and the evidence they're relying on is a lie. Is it a lie if the healing is real? If people are actually helped? I think about the children she's cured, the injuries she's mended, the genuine relief she's brought to suffering people. Does it really matter where it comes from if it comes from a place of good? Sunshine looks like she's about to cry. But what about their faith? What about the truth? What about it? They believe in something that makes them stronger, kinder, more willing to help each other. Maybe the source doesn't matter as much as the results. You really mean that? I think about Delia's unwavering certainty, about the community that's grown around her vision, about people who found purpose and hope in the darkest place I've ever seen. I've watched this town transform, Sunshine. Watched people who had nothing find something worth fighting for. If that comes from divine intervention or Perna magic or just believing strongly enough in love, does the mechanism really matter? But it's not honest. No, it's not. But it's not cruel either. Copper Eye isn't hurting anyone or taking advantage. She's giving everything she has to help people, and if they interpret that help as divine blessing, I shrug. Maybe that says more about human need for hope than it does about deception. Sunshine is quiet for a long moment, processing this perspective she clearly wasn't expecting. I thought you'd be angry. Thought you'd feel betrayed. By what? A young woman with extraordinary gifts using them to heal people. By those people finding comfort in believing their suffering matters to something larger than themselves? I leaned forward, catching her eyes. The only betrayal would be if Copper Eye stopped helping people because she was afraid of what others might think about the source. She's terrified, Sunshine admits. Terrified that if people found out, they'd lose faith entirely, that the community would fall apart. Then don't tell them. Not today anyway. Let them have their faith when they need it most. I think about the approaching storm, about people who are going to die in the next few hours. After the battle, if we survive, maybe there'll be time for theological discussions. But right now, people need hope more than they need perfect honesty. And Delia, she really believes Varen speaks to her. That touches something I'm not ready to examine fully. The way she talks to her god, the certainty in her voice, the guidance she claims to receive. Maybe he does. Maybe she's got her own kind of magic and we're just calling it by different names. You don't really believe that? I believe she saved this place. Saved me. Whether that came from divine intervention or just being an extraordinary woman with unshakable conviction. I stand, feeling the weight of approaching battle settling on my shoulders. Today it doesn't matter. Today what matters is that she's given people something to fight for. Sunshine nods slowly, some of the tension leaving her face. So I don't say anything. You protect the person you love. Let Copper Eye decide when and if she wants to share her truth. Your job is to keep her safe enough to make that choice. Our job, she corrects gently. You care about her too. I care about both of you. Your family, the kind you choose rather than the kind you're born with. I help her to her feet, this small person who's carried such a large burden of knowledge. After today, whatever happens, you two stick together. Look out for each other. What about you? What about Delia? I think about the missionary woman's unwavering faith, about the way she looks at me like I'm capable of impossible things, about the path we're walking together towards something neither of us fully understands. We'll figure it out. But you and Copper Eye, you found something good. Don't let anyone take that away from you, whether they're wearing the robes of religion or the armor of cynicism. Thank you, Daddy Bear, for understanding, for not making this harder than it already is. Thank you for trusting me with it, for caring enough about everyone to worry about the truth. As we walk back toward the town center where final preparations are underway, I think about the nature of truth and faith and the stories we tell ourselves to make sense of senseless things. Maybe Copper Eye's power doesn't come from Varen. Maybe Delia's guidance comes from her own extraordinary insight rather than divine revelation. But the love is real. The community is real. The willingness to stand together against darkness is real.
Chapter 24. Delia. The midday sun hangs over Dust's End like a held breath, and the silence feels heavy enough to crush stone. Everyone is in position. Every soul in our community stands ready for what's coming. The unity I've worked so hard to build is complete. Believers and former skeptics, workers and merchants, even Helga's girls from Sweetie Haven, all committed to standing together when the darkness arrives. I walk through our defensive positions, offering words of comfort and blessing to people who've never held weapons before today. Mrs. Henley clutches a kitchen knife with white knuckles. Hanson grips a carpenter's hammer like it might save his soul. These are not warriors. They're just people who've found something worth protecting. Sister Delia. Young Timothy runs up to me, his father's hand on his shoulder. Is it true? Is Varen really going to protect us? I kneel to his level, this child who deserves better than to face violence at such a tender age. Varen protects those who protect each other, I tell him. And look around, everyone here is ready to stand for you. He nods solemnly and runs back to his family, carrying my words like a talisman against fear. But as I continue my rounds, doubt creeps in like cold fog through the cracks in my certainty. At the defensive barricades, I find Kilkirk coordinating with Sheriff Bones about sightlines and fallback positions. He moves with the casual competence of someone who's done this before, pointing out tactical advantages with the authority of experience. Watching him work, seeing the way other defenders naturally defer to his judgment, I'm struck by an uncomfortable question. Who is really protecting these people? Varen through his chosen instrument, or just an experienced warrior who knows how to fight? Varen, grant me certainty in this moment of doubt. Understanding comes through action, child. Trust what you have built. The answer frustrates me with its vagueness, but there's no more time for theological uncertainty. Scouts are running toward us from the south road, faces grim with confirmed fears. They're here, the lead scout gasps, doubling over to catch his breath. 50 of them, professional soldiers. They're not hiding. The moment of truth. Everything we've built, everything we believe, about to face its ultimate test. I stand before my people, my flock, my community, my chosen family, and try to project the certainty they need from me. Varen is with us, I declare, though the phrase feels heavy in my mouth. Trust in his love, trust in each other, and we will prevail. They cheer, these brave souls who've decided hope is worth fighting for. But the sound is swallowed by the rhythmic thunder of hoofbeats. They come into view a moment later, a column of dark leather and polished steel, riding with the casual confidence of men who have never lost a battle. At their head rides a figure of terrifying elegance. Tall, pale, beautiful in the way a knife is beautiful. Cazador. His forces spread out with military efficiency, stopping just beyond bowshot of our barricades. They don't look worried, they look bored. Citizens of Dust's End, Cazador calls out, his voice carrying easily across the silent town. I am Cazador, Lord of the Western Reaches, and you have something that belongs to me. I step forward, climbing onto the main barricade so I am visible to him. I will not hide behind walls while my people are threatened. We have nothing that belongs to you, I reply, my voice clear and steady. This is Varen's town now, under his protection. Cazador's laugh is like breaking glass. He dismounts with fluid grace, walking closer, seemingly unconcerned by the dozens of weapons pointed at him. Varen? The foreign god? How quaint. He stops 10 paces from the barricade, smiling up at me. I'm afraid your god has defaulted on his protection payments. But I'm a reasonable man. Surrender now, and I'll grant you quick deaths. Resist and, well, let's just say my men have very creative ideas about entertainment. We reject your terms, I say without hesitation. Verin stands with his faithful. Does he now? How fascinating. Cazador's smile sharpens. Then perhaps we should test the strength of his protection. He snaps his fingers. 2 of his raiders ride forward, dragging a figure between their horses. My breath catches in my throat. Brother Gyro, they must have caught him scouting. The massive minotaur is bound with heavy chains, stumbling as he tries to keep his feet. He looks beaten, bruised, but his head is up. We found this one watching the road, Cazador explains conversationally. A priest of your foreign god, unless I'm mistaken. Perfect for a demonstration. Let him go, I demand, gripping the rough wood of the barricade. He's done nothing to you. Nothing? He serves the god who refuses to pay tribute. That makes him guilty of defying my authority. Cazador draws a wicked curved blade, testing its edge. But I'm feeling generous. Renounce your god, order your people to surrender, and he dies quickly. Never. The word rings out before I can speak. It comes from Gyro. He straightens, ignoring the raiders who jerk his chains. He looks directly at me, his dark eyes filled with a peace that humbles me. Sister Delia, he calls out, his deep voice carrying perfect calm. Verin's light shines brightest in darkness. Don't let them dim it for my sake. Cazador sighs. A true believer. Pity. He gestures to his men. They drag Gyro to an old hitching post in the centre of the street. They tie him securely, arms spread wide, exposing his broad chest. Last chance, Cazador offers, looking at me. Submit to my authority and spare this man unnecessary suffering. I look at Gyro. I look at the 50 archers unlimbering their bows behind Cazador. I look at my people, watching me, waiting for me to save him. But I can't. If I surrender, we all die. If I fight now, we leave our defences and are slaughtered in the open. I am paralysed. Verin's will be done, I whisper, tears blurring my vision. Gyro smiles. He tilts his head back to the grey sky. Blessed be Verin's light, he sings, his voice booming. Blessed be his love, comes the ragged response from behind the barricades. Cazador shrugs. Your choice. He nods to his archers. The first arrow takes Gyro in the shoulder. He grunts, but doesn't cry out. He keeps singing. The second arrow pierces his stomach. Blessed be his light. More arrows follow. Legs, arms, non-lethal spots. They are taking him apart, piece by piece. I grip the barricade until splinters drive into my palms. I want to look away. I want to scream. But I force myself to watch. I owe him that. Gyro's song turns into a wet gurgle as an arrow takes him in the lung. But his eyes remain open, fixed on something beyond Cazador, beyond the pain. Eternal, he whispers. The final arrow takes him through the throat. His head drops. Silence falls over the street. Absolute heavy silence. Well, Cazador says, wiping a speck of dust from his sleeve. That was disappointing. I expected more screaming. He looks up at me, his expression mild. That concludes today's demonstration. You have 1 hour to consider your position. Surrender, and the rest of your deaths will be quick. Continue this futile resistance, and everyone dies like your priest. He mounts his horse and wheels it around. 1 hour, he calls back. Don't make me come back here for nothing. The raiders withdraw, laughing among themselves. I stand frozen on the barricade, staring at Gyro's body. He is just meat now, a pincushion of meat and bone. Where was the divine shield? Where was the miracle? He's dead, Mrs. Henley whispers below me. He prayed, and he died. Panic begins to ripple through the defenders. I can feel it, the fragile structure of their faith cracking under the reality of violence. I climb down. My legs feel numb. I need to rally them. I need to tell them that Gyro's sacrifice means something. But as I turn, I see Kilkirk. He is sitting on a crate, sharpening his axe. He isn't looking at Gyro. He isn't looking at me. He is looking at the edge of his blade with a cold, terrifying focus. He doesn't look like a man who just saw his friend murdered. He looks like a man who is checking his inventory. And I realise, with a jolt of true fear, that while I was praying for a miracle, he was counting the enemy. The hour has begun.
Chapter 25. Kilkirk. Brother Gyro's body hangs in the center of the street, arrows jutting from his chest like quill feathers on a grotesque bird. The raiders left him there on purpose, a scarecrow to frighten the birds before the harvest. It's working. Behind the barricades, the silence of the last hour has been replaced by the wet, frantic sounds of panic. I can hear Mrs. Henley weeping, a jagged, broken sound. I can hear Hansen arguing with his wife, his voice cracking with the terror of a man who realizes his hammer is useless against sword and plate. They are breaking. The faith that Delia built so carefully, brick by brick, is crumbling under the weight of one dead man. I sit on a crate behind the main barricade, a whetstone in one hand and my axe in the other. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The sound is rhythmic, steady. It cuts through the whimpering around me. He's going to kill us all, Lucky Frank whispers nearby. Just like Gyro. Slowly, while we watch. Maybe we should surrender, someone else mutters. Take the quick death. I don't look up. I just watch the edge of the blade as the stone slides over it, turning dull iron into a line of silver light. I should be afraid. I should be trembling like them. 50 professional killers are waiting 50 yards away, resting their horses, checking their girths, laughing about the screaming they're going to elicit. But I don't feel fear. I don't feel faith either. I feel relief. For weeks, I've been playing a role. Varen's axe, the holy warrior, a symbol of redemption. I've tried to be the man Delia sees when she looks at me, someone worthy of salvation, someone whose violence is sanctified by higher purpose. But looking at Gyro's corpse, the pretense falls away like dry mud. Divine protection didn't stop those arrows. Love didn't keep Gyro's heart beating. Delia is moving through the defenders, trying to hold them together. Her face is pale, her movements jerky. She's terrified that her God has abandoned her. She looks at me, searching for that shared certainty, for the partner who believes in her vision. I keep my eyes on the axe. I'm not praying. I'm calculating. 50 men. 10 are archers. They'll stay back. That leaves 40 heavy infantry and cavalry. The street is narrow, maybe 15 feet across at the pinch point. They can't bring more than 4 horses abreast. If I hold the center, they have to come through me. I check the straps on my gauntlets, tightening them until the leather bites into my skin. The pain is grounding. It reminds me that I am meat and bone, not spirit. Kilkirk? Sunshine is there, crouching beside me. She doesn't look at the axe. She looks at my face. You're not scared, she whispers. It's an accusation. No. Why? Because I know what comes next. I test the edge of the axe with my thumb. A thin line of red appears on my skin. Sharp enough. They think they're hunting sheep, I say softly, looking toward the raiders lounging in the sun. They think they're going to ride in here, cut down a few shopkeepers, and spend the rest of the afternoon enjoying themselves. I stand up. My joints pop. The heavy muscle of my shoulders loosens, shaking off the lethargy of peace. They forgot that sheep sometimes hire wolves. 5 minutes. Cazador's voice drifts lazily from down the street. Make your peace with your foreign god, little zealots. The entertainment begins soon. I see Delia stiffen. She steps forward to the barricade, trembling but resolute, ready to die for her belief. "We stand with Varen," she calls out, her voice breaking only slightly. "We reject your terms." Cazador laughs. It's a bright, brittle sound. "Fascinating. Let's see how much faith you have left when my men start peeling the skin from your—" I step over the barricade. The movement is so casual that for a second no one reacts. Not Delia. Not the raiders. I walk past Delia. She reaches for me, her eyes wide. "Kilkirk, wait, not yet." I don't stop. I don't look back. I walk past Gyro's hanging body. I don't look at him either. He's gone. He's just meat now. I walk into the center of the open street, halfway between the terrified town and the laughing killers. I let the axe head rest on the cobblestones. Scrape. The sound echoes in the sudden silence. Cazador stops laughing. The raiders straighten in their saddles, sensing the shift. They are predators. They know when the wind changes. They look at the lone orc standing in the mud, covered in old scars, holding a weapon that looks too heavy for a normal man to lift. I take a deep breath, tasting the copper in the air. The doubts are gone. The guilt is gone. The heavy burden of being good is gone. There is only the math, and I am very, very good at math. "Time's up," I say, and I charge.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 26. Delia. He steps over the barricade like a man stepping out of his front door to check the weather. The movement is so casual, so completely at odds with the screaming tension of the moment, that my mind refuses to process it at first. One moment he is beside me, sharpening that rusted axe with a rhythmic scritch-scritch that grated on my nerves. The next, he is on the other side. "Kilkirk!" The scream tears from my throat, raw and ragged. I lunge for him, my fingers brushing the coarse fabric of his sweat-stained shirt, but my grip finds no purchase. He is already out of reach. He doesn't look back. He doesn't acknowledge me, or the weeping townspeople huddled in the dirt, or the 50 arrows nocked and pointed at his chest. He just walks past Brother Gyro's hanging body, the flies already buzzing around the open wounds in a dark, humming cloud, and stops in the centre of the muddy street. Silence descends on Dust's End. It is absolute, suffocating, heavy as a funeral shroud. From my vantage point on the barricade, the disparity is sickening enough to bring bile to my throat. On one side, 50 professional killers sit atop massive war horses, their armour gleaming with an arrogant polish under the midday sun. I can smell them from here, leather, horse sweat, and the metallic tang of expensive oil. On the other side stands a single orc, no armour, no shield, just a scarred green back and a weapon that looks like it was dug out of a scrap heap. He looks so small against the wall of horseflesh and steel, so agonisingly alone. He's sacrificing himself, Mrs. Henley whispers beside me. She is clutching her holy symbol so tight her knuckles are white, her voice trembling with the reverence of witnessing martyrdom. He's buying us time. Time for what? Hansen rasps, wiping grime from his face with a shaking hand. Time to pray before we die? Look at him. He's meat. I grip the rough wood of the barricade until splinters bite into my palms. The air is thick with the scent of unwashed bodies, urine, and the copper reek of Gyro's blood drying in the heat. It makes me dizzy. Verin, I plead into the darkness behind my eyelids, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. If you are real, if you are just receive his soul, make it quick. Do not let them torture him. I wait for the sound of arrows. I wait for the wet thwack of shafts piercing flesh, for Kilkirk's final gargling cry. I brace myself for the sight of my warrior falling, another pincushion to join Gyro in the mud. Instead, I hear a sound like a butcher's cleaver hitting a side of beef. Crunch, then a scream, but it is high, terrified, and distinctly human. I snap my eyes open. The world has tilted on its axis. Kilkirk is no longer standing still. He is a blur of green and red motion, a force of nature that defies the eye. The first raider, a man who had ridden forward to mock him, is falling backward off his horse. But his head is spinning through the air in a separate, lazy arc, trailing a ribbon of bright, arterial crimson. Before the body even hits the ground, Kilkirk has moved. I watch, breath trapped in my burning lungs, as my divine instrument catches a spear thrust with his bare hand. The sound of the wood snapping is like a gunshot. He yanks the rider from the saddle with terrifying ease and stomps on the man's head. There is no glory in the sound, just a wet, sickening pop like a melon dropped from a height. It isn't a battle, it is a dismantling. "Kill him!" Cazador roars, the amusement gone from his voice, replaced by a sharp, surprised anger. "Cut him down!" 10 men charge him at once. The ground shakes with the thunder of hooves. Dust rises in choking clouds, obscuring the violence, turning the street into a grey fog of war. I should be screaming a warning. I should be looking away. But I am transfixed. Kilkirk doesn't retreat. He dives into the charge. He moves with a fluidity that is terrifying to behold, ducking under swords, severing hamstrings with brutal efficiency. I see a horse collapse, screaming as its legs are cut out from under it. I see Kilkirk rise from the dust cloud, covered in gore, swinging that heavy axe as if it weighs nothing. Blood sprays in high crimson arcs, painting the street, the walls, the hanging body of Brother Gyro. It creates a mist in the air, turning the afternoon light a hazy pink. This is not the clumsy brawling of a drunkard. This is not the noble defence of a paladin. This is the work of a creature bred for murder, a machine built to turn living men into meat. "Look at him," Lucky Frank breathes beside me. I glance at him. His eyes are wide, reflecting the slaughter. Look at him go. Behind me, the weeping has stopped. The whimpering prayers have died out. They are replaced by a low, growing sound, a rumble in the throats of the defenders. It starts as a murmur of disbelief, then grows into a growl. They are watching a massacre, and they are beginning to smile. I look back at Kilkirk as he tears a shield from a man's arm, wrenching the limb from its socket with a sickening crunch, and uses the metal edge to decapitate him. He is drenched in gore, his skin slick with it, his amber eyes wide and vacant. He looks lost in a rhythm of pure violence, a trance of destruction. He isn't Verin's axe. He never was. He is something much older and much more dangerous. And as the town of Dust's End begins to roar its approval, a bloodthirsty cheer rising from hundreds of throats, cheering for the blood and the death and the horror, I realise with a jolt of cold terror that I haven't saved these people from darkness. I have simply introduced them to a monster who fights on our side. The raiders waver, the horses scream, and in the centre of the storm, Kilkirk throws his head back and laughs, a wet, guttural sound that has no prayer in it. The slaughter has only just begun.
Chapter 27. Kilkirk. The first raider dies before he knows he's in a fight. I come over the barricade like death-given form, moving with the kind of speed that only comes when you stop thinking and let muscle memory take control. My blade opens his throat in a spray of arterial red before he can raise his weapon. The second one gets his sword halfway up before I take his arm off at the elbow. His scream cuts through the afternoon air, high and desperate, but I'm already moving to the next target. This is what I am. This is what I was born to do. The third raider tries to back away, suddenly understanding he's not facing a desperate shopkeeper with a kitchen knife. He's facing something that kills professionally, efficiently, without hesitation or remorse. I catch him by the throat and lift him off the ground, feeling windpipe collapse under my fingers. His feet kick uselessly as the light fades from his eyes. 4 down in as many seconds. The other raiders pull back, reassessing. They came expecting slaughter, but not their own. Professional killers recognize when they're facing someone who's better at killing than they are. "Well," Cazador calls from his position behind the main force, voice carrying surprised amusement. "This is unexpected." He gestures and 10 more raiders advance. Better armed, more careful, moving with the coordination of soldiers who fought together before. Perfect. I meet them in the middle of the street, blade singing as it cuts through the air. The first swing takes 2 heads, clean, efficient, beautiful in its simplicity. The return stroke opens another raider from sternum to spine. Blood fountains across the cobblestones, painting everything in shades of red that match my mood. A spear thrust comes at my back. I pivot, catch the shaft, and drive the point through its wielder's chest hard enough to lift him off his feet. His blood spatters the nearby wall in abstract patterns. More coming. Always more coming. Good. I lose myself in the rhythm of violence, in the dance I learned years ago on a dozen different battlefields. Duck, strike, pivot, kill. Each movement flowing into the next with practiced grace. A sword blade skitters off my tough hide, drawing a line of fire across my ribs. I respond by crushing the wielder's skull between my hands, brain matter squirting through my fingers like overripe fruit. Someone screams my name, not in fear, but in something that might be awe. I glance back to see our defenders watching from behind their barricades, eyes wide with something between terror and worship. They're seeing what I really am. Not Varen's blessed instrument, but something much more basic and much more dangerous. A weapon that's found its purpose again. "Kill him!" Cazador roars, no longer amused. "All of you! Bring that beast down!" 20 raiders rush me at once, abandoning coordination for overwhelming force. They think numbers will save them. They're wrong. I meet their charge head-on, blade moving so fast it becomes a blur of steel and death. Limbs separate from bodies. Heads leave shoulders. Internal organs paint the street in vivid reds and purples. A mace catches me in the shoulder, spinning me around. I use the momentum to drive my elbow through another raider's ribcage, feeling bones snap like kindling. His lung collapses with a wet, sucking sound. More blood. Always more blood. It's getting slippery underfoot, making the footing treacherous. But I know how to fight in blood. Learned that lesson years ago from teachers who didn't believe in gentle instruction. A net drops over me from behind. Clever. Professional. They're trying to tangle my weapons, slow me down for a coordinated kill. I tear through the ropes like they're cobwebs, then grab the nearest raider and use him as a club to beat 2 of his companions to death. His screams cut off when his spine snaps against someone's sword. The mathematics are changing. Started with 50 professional killers expecting easy prey. Now they're down to maybe 30, and those survivors are looking at each other with the kind of fear usually reserved for natural disasters. "What is that thing?" someone gasps. "Just an orc," another replies, but there's no conviction in his voice. "Orcs don't fight like that." "No, most orcs don't. Most orcs never learn what happens when you strip away everything except the willingness to kill and the knowledge of how to do it efficiently. I learned, in dark places during desperate times, from instructors who understood that survival sometimes requires becoming something that would terrify your former self. Cazador himself dismounts, drawing a blade that gleams with more than simple steel. Enchanted. Expensive. The kind of weapon that speaks to its wielder's ego more than his skill. Enough, he says, advancing with the fluid grace of someone who's never lost a duel. I'll handle this personally. The remaining raiders form a circle around us, containing the fight while staying well out of range. Smart. They've seen what I do to people who get too close. Magnificent, Cazador says conversationally as we begin to circle each other. I haven't seen butchery that elegant in years. You're wasted on these provincial zealots. I don't respond. Words are for people. I'm something else right now. Join me, he continues, testing my defenses with quick, probing strikes. I could use someone with your talents, much more profitable than dying for other people's gods. His blade flickers toward my throat, fast, precise, potentially lethal. I lean back just enough to let it pass, then respond with an overhand cut that would have split him from crown to crotch. He's not there when my blade arrives. Quick, professional, actually dangerous. Good. Stubborn, he observes, launching a combination that forces me to give ground. Loyal to people who'll never understand what you really are. They see a divine weapon. I see a killer who's forgotten he enjoys killing. Another exchange. Steel ringing against steel with the music of violence. He's good. Better than anyone I've fought in months. But he's been living too well. Gotten too comfortable with victory. I've been drinking myself to death in a muddy wasteland, building up rage and self-hatred until they've crystallized into something harder than steel. When I see my opening, I take it without hesitation. My blade punches through his expensive armor and into the meat beneath, piercing lung and scraping against spine. He staggers backward, eyes wide with the shock of mortality suddenly made real. Impossible, he gasps, blood frothing at his lips. I am Cazador. I don't lose. Everyone loses eventually, I tell him, and drive my blade deeper. He drops to his knees, then forward onto his face. Blood pools around his head, mixing with the gore of his followers to paint the street in shades of red that will never wash clean. The remaining raiders stare at their leader's corpse, then at me standing over it covered in blood and breathing hard from exertion. The mathematics have changed again. Started with 50 professionals against desperate civilians. Now it's maybe 15 terrified killers against something that just proved it's more dangerous than their worst nightmare. He's dead, someone whispers. Cazador's dead. What do we do now? They break, all at once like a dam bursting under pressure. Professional killers abandoning their posts and fleeing into the wilderness, choosing survival over whatever they were being paid. Smart choice. I stand among the carnage, blood cooling on my skin, listening to the sound of hoofbeats fading into the distance. 35 bodies scattered around me like broken dolls, painting the street in abstract patterns of violence. Behind me, I hear tentative cheering from our defenders. Voices raised in celebration and relief, and something like religious ecstasy. But when I turn around, I don't see people looking at Varen's blessed instrument. I see people looking at something that just reminded them what violence actually looks like when it's practiced by someone who's very, very good at it. The doubt I saw earlier is gone, replaced by a different kind of uncertainty. They're safe, yes. Alive, yes. But they're also staring at their protector and wondering exactly what they've been sharing their town with. Delia approaches slowly, her face pale but determined. When she looks at me, I see something new in her eyes. Not divine certainty or religious faith. Just a woman trying to understand the man who just saved everyone she cares about. Kilkirk, she says quietly. Are you all right? I look down at myself, covered in blood, breathing hard, still holding weapons that drip with other people's lives. Am I all right? I'm exactly what I've always been, I tell her. You just haven't seen it before. The cheering continues around us, people celebrating their survival. But something fundamental has changed in how they look at me, how she looks at me. I'm not their divine protector anymore. I'm just the thing that stands between them and the darkness. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's all it was ever supposed to be.
Chapter 28. Delia. I watch him standing among the corpses like a monument to violence, and everything I thought I knew crumbles to ash. 35 bodies scattered around Kilkirk, like offerings at some dark altar. Blood paints the street in patterns that speak of systematic slaughter, of killing raised to an art form. The air reeks of copper and death and something else, the aftermath of violence so efficient it barely seems real. This isn't divine intervention. This is just what happens when someone who knows how to kill decides to stop holding back. Verin, where were you? Where was your protection when Brother Gyro died? Where was your guidance when I needed it most? Silence. The same profound, empty silence that's been growing louder since yesterday. Around me, people cheer and embrace and weep with relief. Families reunited. Defenders who thought they were going to die slowly discovering they're going to live. The joy should be infectious, should fill me with gratitude for divine deliverance. Instead, I feel hollow, confused, like I've been speaking to empty air for months while convincing myself I heard voices answering back. Sister Delia? Copper Eye appears at my elbow, her young face bright with wonder and something that might be understanding. That was incredible. He saved us all. Yes, he did. Not Verin, him, Kilkirk. She looks at the carnage with eyes that see more clearly than mine have been seeing. It was never really about divine protection, was it? It was about having someone willing to be that dangerous for people he cares about. The observation hits like a physical blow because it's so obviously true. I've been attributing to divine intervention what was really just human devotion, expressed through lethal competence. You're healing, I say quietly. That's not Verin either, is it? Copper Eye shakes her head, relief evident in her expression. I tried to tell myself it was, tried to believe the power came from somewhere else. But it's just me. Whatever I am, whoever I am, the magic comes from inside. And you're all right with that? I'm all right with helping people, whether that comes from gods or genetics or just caring enough to try. She shrugs. Someone told me recently that it doesn't matter where good things come from if they come from a place of love. I know who told her that. The same person who just proved that protection doesn't require divine appointment, just the willingness to be terrible on behalf of others. Kilkirk approaches slowly, moving carefully through the celebrating crowd like he's not sure of his welcome. People part before him with a mixture of gratitude and fear, torn between thanksgiving and the dawning realization of what they've actually been living alongside. Delia. His voice is hoarse from battle, but there's uncertainty underneath that I've rarely heard. How are you feeling about all this? How am I feeling? Like everything I've built my faith on was constructed from wishful thinking and desperate need. Like the God I've served so faithfully might be nothing more than the voice in my own head, telling me what I wanted to hear. Like the real miracle was never divine intervention. It was finding someone willing to become a monster so others could remain human. Brother Gyro is dead, I say, because it's the truth that cuts deepest. Verin didn't protect him, didn't give him strength or comfort or even a quick death. He died alone, in agony, while I stood watching and his God remained silent. I know. I'm sorry I couldn't reach him in time. But you saved everyone else. Not Verin. You. I look at the blood cooling on his skin, the way his hands still shake slightly from adrenaline and violence. You're not a divine weapon, are you? You're just very good at killing people. Yes. The honesty is brutal and somehow comforting. No mystical explanations, no appeals to higher purpose. Just a warrior admitting what he is. Then what does that make me? What have I been all this time? He considers the question seriously. Those amber eyes studying my face like he's seeing me clearly for the first time. Someone who gave people hope when they didn't have any. Someone who built community out of despair. Someone who made them believe they were worth saving. Based on lies. Based on what they needed to believe to become better than they were. He gestures toward the celebrating crowd. Families embracing, former enemies sharing relief. People who've discovered they're brave enough to stand together. Look at them, Delia. Look at what you built. Does it matter if the foundation was divine inspiration or just extraordinary conviction? I want to argue, want to insist that truth matters more than results. But watching our people help the wounded, comfort the grieving, begin the work of rebuilding after crisis, I see something real, something valuable, something that exists regardless of whether gods were involved in its creation. So what now? I ask. What happens to a prophet whose God might not exist? I don't know. What happens to a weapon whose purpose is complete? We stand together in the wake of violence and revelation, two people who've played roles that no longer fit. The community around us continues celebrating, but I can feel the change beginning. The subtle shift that happens when faith becomes something different, less mystical, more practical. The town's going to disperse, I realise, watching families make plans that involve leaving Dust's End behind. They got what they came here for. Purpose, community, the strength to face down evil. Now they're ready for what comes next. And us? I think about the doubt that's been growing, about prayers that go unanswered and guidance that might have been self-deception, about a warrior whose protection came from skill rather than divine appointment. I want to find your brothers, I hear myself saying. Not because Verin commands it, but because you deserve to know what happened to them. Because some searches matter more than faith. That could take a long time. Might not lead anywhere good. I know, but maybe that's the point. Maybe real purpose isn't about serving gods or following destiny. Maybe it's just about choosing to care about someone enough to move into uncertainty with them. Kilkirk's expression shifts, something like hope flickering behind the exhaustion and blood. You'd do that? Leave all this behind to help me find people who might be dead? What's the alternative? Stay here and keep preaching to empty air? Keep pretending I hear divine guidance when it might just be my own thoughts echoing back? There are worse things than being extraordinary without being divine. Are there? Because right now, I feel like I've been lying to myself and everyone else for months. Look around, he says gently. Look at what your lies accomplished. People who were broken found wholeness. Community grew out of isolation. Love conquered fear. If that's not divine, maybe divine isn't what matters. The celebration continues around us. People beginning the work of cleaning up after victory. Bodies to bury, wounds to tend, the business of living to resume after the business of killing is complete. But I find myself thinking about roads leading away from this place, about mysteries that might have human solutions rather than divine ones, about walking into uncertainty with someone who's proven himself worthy of trust, even if he's not worthy of worship. When do we leave? I ask. Tomorrow, if you're sure. Give people time to say goodbye, make their own plans. I'm sure. And surprisingly, I am. Not with the absolute certainty that used to guide me, but with something quieter, more human. For the first time in months, I'm sure about something that has nothing to do with gods. As if summoned by my words, Copper Eye approaches with Sunshine at her side. Both young women look nervous but determined. Sister Delia, Copper Eye begins, then stops and corrects herself. Delia, we wanted to thank you for everything, for giving us a place to be ourselves. And we wanted to tell you, Sunshine adds, that we're leaving too. Together. There are other places that need healing, other people who need help. Are you sure? It's dangerous out there. Less dangerous together than alone, Copper Eye says, unconsciously echoing my own thoughts. Besides, we've learned from watching you two. Sometimes the best protection is having someone who cares enough to fight for you. They leave hand in hand, two young women who found love after violence, following their own path into whatever comes next. Maybe that's what this was always supposed to be. Not an ending, but a beginning. Not divine purpose fulfilled, but human purpose discovered. Tomorrow, Kilkirk and I will leave Dust's End behind. We'll search for his brothers, or we won't find them. We'll discover new purposes, or we'll create them. But we'll do it together, by choice, rather than destiny. And maybe that's worth more than all the divine certainty in the world.
Chapter 29. Kilkirk. 3 days after the battle, Dust's End looks like a place that's already becoming a memory. I wake on the boarding house floor. Chose it over the bed because soft things still feel like luxuries I don't deserve, and watch through the window as families load carts with everything they own. The town is emptying, people ready to take whatever they've learned here and carry it somewhere new. The transformation is remarkable. These same souls who arrived broken and hopeless now move with purpose, planning futures instead of just surviving presents. They're not running away anymore. They're walking towards something. Morning, Daddy Bear. I turn to find Sunshine in the doorway, looking different somehow. Older, more settled, like someone who's found what she was searching for. Beside her stands Copper Eye, and the way they move together speaks of decisions made and paths chosen. Morning. You two all packed? Nearly. Wanted to say goodbye properly. Sunshine settles beside me on the floor, but there's none of the desperate clinging that used to mark our friendship. Thank you. For everything. For letting me be family when I needed one. Thank you for keeping me human when I was trying not to be. Copper Eye approaches more hesitantly. Kilkirk, about the healing, about people thinking it came from... Doesn't matter where it came from. Only matters that you used it to help people. I look at this young woman who carried the weight of others' faith without asking for the burden. Be proud of what you can do. Don't let anyone make you ashamed of extraordinary gifts. What will you tell people? About Varen? About divine miracles? Nothing. That's their truth to discover, not mine to take away. I stand, muscles protesting after days of violence and its aftermath. But if anyone asks me directly, I'll tell them the truth. That good things can come from human hearts just as easily as divine intervention. They leave together, two young women ready to write their own story. Through the window, I watch them join a small group heading east, toward settlements that might need healing, or just the reminder that love exists in the world. More departures throughout the morning. Mrs. Henley and her boarding house friends, heading south to start fresh somewhere with better soil and fewer ghosts. Hanson and the other craftsmen planning to build a new town from scratch with all the lessons they've learned here. Even Sheriff Bones is leaving, badge abandoned on the jailhouse desk. Funny thing about this place, Ruby comments when I stop by Sweetie Haven to check on the remaining girls. People come here broken, and somehow they leave whole. Even the ones who weren't sure they wanted to heal. Some places are like that. Temporary stops where you figure out who you're supposed to become. And what about you? Figured out who you're supposed to become? I think about the violence 3 days ago, about the ease with which I slipped back into being a weapon, about the way it felt to protect people who mattered to me, the satisfaction of standing between them and darkness. I'm supposed to be exactly what I've always been. Just took me a while to remember that being a weapon isn't evil if you choose your targets carefully. By afternoon, the exodus is nearly complete. Families scatter in all directions, carrying stories and skills and the knowledge that community is possible even in the darkest places. Dust's End will be empty by evening, nothing left but buildings and memories. I find Delia at the grove, sitting among the standing stones where so many prayers were offered. She looks peaceful but tired, like someone who's carried a heavy burden for a long time and finally set it down. "Any regrets?" I ask, settling beside her on the ancient stone. "About what? About building something beautiful that was always meant to be temporary?" She looks around at the sacred space one last time. "No regrets. This place gave people what they needed. Now they're ready for anything that comes next. And you? Ready for what's coming next?" She considers the question seriously. "I'm ready to stop pretending I know what's supposed to happen. Ready to make choices based on what I want instead of what I think destiny requires." A pause. "Ready to find your brothers if that's what you still want?" "It's what I want, but are you sure? It might be years of searching. Might lead nowhere." "Good. I'm tired of divine certainty and prophetic knowledge. I want to live in uncertainty with someone I care about, make discoveries the hard way. Could be dangerous. Everything worthwhile is dangerous." She stands, brushing dust from her robes, though she's already packed traveling clothes for tomorrow. "Besides, I've seen what happens when you're motivated to protect someone. I'll be safer with you than I've ever been with divine protection. Speaking of divine protection," I gesture toward the grove where so many miracles supposedly happened. "Any second thoughts about Varen? About walking away from a god who might actually exist? If he exists, he'll understand why I'm choosing a human path. If he doesn't exist, then I'm finally being honest about following my own conscience." She looks at me with something that might be love, not divine devotion, but the messier, more complicated human version. Either way, I'm making this choice freely. As evening approaches, we walk through the empty streets of Dust's End one last time. The buildings stand silent, windows dark, waiting for whatever comes next. Maybe other broken people will find their way here. Maybe the place will remain empty until it crumbles. Either way, it served its purpose. "Where do we start?" Delia asks as we prepare for our last night in this strange place. "Searching for your brothers, I mean. Any leads, any ideas?" "The shipwreck was off the northern coast. They might have washed ashore there. Might have been picked up by other vessels. I think about the guilt that's driven me for so long, about the search I abandoned when despair became easier than hope. Or they might be dead, and this is just a way of postponing acceptance. Maybe. But maybe they're alive and waiting for someone to care enough to find them." She takes my hand, human warmth against calloused skin. "And maybe the searching matters more than the finding. Even if it takes years. Especially if it takes years. I'm done with quick revelations and divine shortcuts. I want to earn whatever we find." That night, our last night in Dust's End, we don't make love with the desperate intensity of earlier encounters. Instead, we hold each other like people who've chosen to be together, rather than people driven by divine compulsion or sexual need. It's better, more real, more honest about what we actually are to each other. "No more Varen's axe," she murmurs against my chest. "No more divine instrument. Just Kilkirk, who's very good at protecting the people he loves. And no more prophet receiving divine guidance. Just Delia, who's very good at seeing what people need and helping them find it. Think that'll be enough? Being human instead of mythical?" I think about the families that left today with hope in their eyes, about young women who found love in the aftermath of violence, about a community that proved love could triumph over despair without requiring divine intervention. It's been enough so far. Dawn comes gray and quiet, the last dawn we'll see in this place that saved us both. We pack our few possessions, say goodbye to empty buildings and sacred stones, and walk away from Dust's End without looking back. Ahead lies the road north, toward mysteries that might have human solutions, toward brothers who might be alive or dead, toward answers that might satisfy or disappoint. But we'll face whatever comes together, by choice rather than destiny. And maybe that's the most divine thing of all. Two people deciding to care enough about each other to walk into uncertainty with faith not in God's, but in the possibility that love can create its own miracles. The road stretches ahead, leading toward horizons we'll discover together. Whatever we find there, we'll have earned it. Epilogue. Kilkirk. The journey is long to end. We find a common area where travelers can sleep. Delia is already on the bed when I come up from the common room, naked and waiting on her hands and knees, buttocks raised high, face turned toward the headboard like she knows exactly what's coming. These days there is no ceremony between us, no prayers, no divine pretense. She is simply mine, my dirty, obedient whole, wet and ready whenever I decide to take her. Years have stripped everything else away. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. I climb off the bed and leave her there, buttocks still hanging off the mattress as she begins to snore. If I could be bothered, I'd screw her again only to disturb her sleep. But then, a knock at the door, soft but insistent. I curse quietly and pull on my trousers, buttoning them hastily as the knock comes again, louder this time. I move downstairs, the haze of wine and sex making me careless. I pad to the door but stop with my hand on the latch. Something about the rhythm of that knock. Too confident, too familiar. Nobody knocks on strangers' doors at midnight unless they're bringing trouble. Who is it? I call through the wood, hand moving instinctively toward where my weapons would be if I were properly dressed. Someone with a proposition that could make you very wealthy, comes the reply. The voice is musical, carrying the refined accent of high-born dark elves, though there's something rougher underneath. Or at least provide some excitement to break up all this domestic tranquility. I don't open the door. Don't know you. Don't want to know you. Come back when the sun's up if you've got business. A soft chuckle comes from the other side. But if I come back during daylight, half the port will see us together. That could prove inconvenient for both of us, given our respective reputations. Don't have a reputation. Just want to be left alone. Really? Because I have it on good authority that you're the orc who single-handedly slaughtered 50 professional raiders in a place called Dust's End. The one they call the Finder, who spent 2 years tracking down his lost clan brothers through terrain that's killed entire expeditions. My blood goes cold. Those aren't stories I've shared with anyone except Delia. Who's asking? Someone who might have information about why you can't seem to settle into peaceful retirement. About why the wine tastes like ash and the comfortable bed feels like a trap. Another pause. About why your lovely companion talks in her sleep about gathering the faithful and beginning true work. Against my better judgment, I open the door a crack, keeping my weight braced against it. The dark elf standing in the hallway is young and slim, maybe 30 in elf years, with crimson hair that catches what little light bleeds from the inn's lanterns. His pale skin has the luminous quality all his people possess, making him look like he's carved from moonlight and expensive sins. When he sees the crack in the door, his smile could charm paint off a barn. Much better, though I was hoping for a more complete view. I've heard such interesting things about orc physiology. State your business or move along. My business is truth. Uncomfortable truth about comfortable lies. He holds up a piece of aged vellum, handling it with reverent care. Tell me, warrior, how often does your story repeat? How long have you lived through the same events, the same choices, the same ending. What are you talking about? Dust's End. Your brothers. The missionary woman who saved your soul and shared your bed. How many times have you experienced that particular tale? His green eyes glitter with dangerous knowledge. Because I have it on excellent authority that your story runs daily, like a theatrical performance. And at the heart of that performance lies a rather significant deception. I start to close the door, but his next words freeze me in place. The woman upstairs, the one you call Delia, she's not who you think she is. Or rather, she's exactly who she's always been. But you've been encouraged to forget the most important part. You're insane. Am I? Tell me then, when she prays, who answers? When she speaks with divine authority, whose voice is really coming through? His smile grows sharp. What you call Delia is a projection, warrior. A carefully crafted image designed to let you forget that you've been sharing your bed with a god. The world tilts sideways. That's impossible. Is it? Think about Dust's End. Really think. How many of your memories feel repetitive, like you've lived them before? How often have you rescued that town, found your brothers, walked into this peaceful retirement that tastes like ash in your mouth? He's right about the repetition, the sense of déjà vu that's plagued me for months. Dreams where I've lived the same conversations, the same battles, the same discoveries over and over again. She controls the narrative, you see. Varen does, because that's what gods do. They shape reality to serve their needs. And Varen needed you to forget that the missionary woman you fell in love with was never separate from the divine voice she claimed to serve. Varen is Delia, was always Delia. The god you thought she worshipped was herself, fragmented and projected to maintain the illusion of servitude rather than divinity. The dark elf leans closer to the crack. The question is, are you content living this loop forever? Or would you like to break free and discover what lies beyond her carefully constructed story? From upstairs comes Delia's voice, warm and familiar. Come to bed, my love. But now I hear it differently. Not invitation, but command. Not affection, but ownership. The voice of someone who's grown tired of pretending to be human. The map I carry, Sir Sheko continues quietly, contains information about divine genealogy, about gods who walk among mortals wearing borrowed flesh, about how to break the cycles they create to keep themselves entertained. What do you want? What I want is irrelevant. The question is, what you want. To remain Varen's beloved pet in an endlessly repeating story, or to discover what lies beyond the boundaries she set for your existence. Kilkirk, Delia's voice again, closer now. Footsteps on the stairs. Who are you talking to down there? I'll be in port for 3 days, Sir Sheko says urgently. Room 12 at the Sailor's Rest. But decide quickly. Some stories, once they've run their course enough times, become impossible to escape. He turns to go, then pauses. She is not the woman you think her to be. The door closes softly just as Delia appears at the bottom of the stairs, wrapped in her sleeping gown, looking every inch the concerned lover awakened by strange voices. Who was that? She asks, moving toward me. But now I notice how she seems to glide rather than walk, how her eyes reflect the firelight in ways that speak of depths no mortal gaze should possess. Just a drunk looking for directions, I lie, watching her face carefully. She smiles, and for just a moment, so brief I might have imagined it, I see something ancient and amused flicker behind her eyes. Come to bed and screw me like that again, she says. And I do.